Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears!
Yo, no maniacs. Welcome into another edition of Some Extra Sauce, man. Hey, listen, good time to be here. Great time to be a Chicago Bear, man. It's probably the fever pitch is probably crazy right now. I have intentionally stayed away from social media the best I can because I know the Bears fans got on a serious sugar high after that performance last week, man. And rightfully so. Rightfully so, man. It was a good performance. Nice little display of what is capable with this quarterback and with this team on offense, man. And so rightfully so, man. People got really excited about that, and I'm glad for them. We're going to get to reality here in about a couple of weeks here, man. We're going to find out what's really good. I'm excited about what could happen, man. And, I don't want to get carried away with a long-ass diatribe about an intro. I just want to pass it to Canada real fast on a bounce pass and see what he does.
I did the exact opposite of what this guy did. I drank it all in. I enjoyed every second of all the hype. It was awesome. I listened to just about every possible presser there was. I listened to Colin Cowherd, Jim Rome, you name it. Everybody and their mom had something to say. Kay Adams. The list goes on and on and on. I hope y'all enjoyed it. You know what I'm saying? I hope you guys enjoyed it. We're about to see what part two looks like this weekend against the we rolled up against a Super Bowl contender last week, and the guys we're going to see this week are perennial Super Bowl contenders. Ain't no counting out Patty Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs or Andy Reid or any of that. So we should get a good understanding of what things really do look like. I'll give you guys a little bit of love for coming through and kicking it with us. Right off the bat, I'm surprised. I got to say it. I'm surprised I don't see my guy, It's Crimson, because Crimson's usually here number one out there. So big shout outs to my guy, FFG. Thanks for coming through, FFG. The Scrolls is in there right on time.
Nasty so-and-so.
Apparently we aren't on time.
Give me 1 second. My brother, FFG, my brother in Christ, if you don't please get you a Gmail, for the love of God, man, get a Gmail. Get a Gmail. That will make everything much smoother. He was supposed to be here for the post-game show, FFG. I'm sorry, and I apologize for that, but if you had a Gmail, the streamlined communication between us, you getting here, getting out, would be much easier for me. I don't know, for whatever reason, sometimes I try to send it to an outside Gmail account, and sometimes people don't get it, man, for whatever reason. So I apologize to you, but if you just open up a quick Gmail account, my guy, that'll be a lot easier. Sorry about that, kid.
Well, he got AOL, he got Netscape.
Oh, man, he still got Hotmail, man.
Hey, man, I still fucks with Hotmail.
Hotmail, man. Hotmail, you can send an email from Gmail to Hotmail.
Man,
it works over
I think this is fucking user error, but I'll leave it alone.
I'll leave it alone. I'm telling you, just get a Gmail, man. All
right. To each his own, man. Good to see the Scrolls. Little Factors rolling with us tonight. Frank Q, what it do? Dobbsy 34 is out there. AC Adam jumped in early. King Booker World's rolling with us with the ranch. Who else is out there? Logically, frivolity on the other side of things. That's actually real cool. Who else we got out there? Calvin C just jumped in. Hey man, Cornelius Squalls, number 2 No Maniac, and Derek Guy just jumped in. He's a super No Maniac. You should be as well. Chris Mack just came through. What it do, Chris? Man, like I say, I enjoyed the week. I hope y'all enjoyed the week. Trip, did you enjoy the week?
I enjoyed the fuck out of the week. And I'll tell you why. Stay with me now. Stay with me now.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about the vanilla play calling that this Ben Johnson offense ran that was so much more flavorful than a normal vanilla, as we've gone over many times. You know,
the French vanilla,
the cream churn vanilla.
Ooh.
Slow churn, not freshly churned, kids. Calm down. So we saw that. We saw the execution, the attention to details. We saw the intensity from the players with the wide receivers blocking. You know, we still have a battle of left tackle, which is not very comforting this late in the season. But but you know, it is what it is. But the intensity of Ben Johnson, man, because he's fucking right there. He's in your head. He wants to grind you into the gridiron as an opponent. He doesn't want you to fucking score, and he's going to put up a 50 burger on you if we let him. So don't fuck with Coach Johnson, Big Ben, Big Johnson, and I like it.
Yeah.
And I'm excited about where that is going as well as the on the field product. So the phrase that coaching matters, we're seeing that on every level with Johnson, with JT Barrett, with Eric Bieniemy, with young Declan Doyle, with Rashard on the offensive line, Garrett on the defensive line, because the defense is like rainbow cone defense. Yeah, it's still gonna be a thing.
Why are you taking all my bullet points in your intro?
Because I'm excited. Hold it,
put it back in your pants, man.
Pants. We all know I'm not wearing pants. But yeah, what up, No Maniacs? So yeah, the excitement is real. Sports Chicago style. Show some love. Appreciate it. Go ahead, No Man.
Man, listen, you know what? On top of that, it's hard to find
that image out of my psyche here for a second.
But I do have a little house cleaning to do and some pretty good news, man. I've been telling No Maniacs for weeks I was going to change the price of being a member to 99 cents a dollar to become a member. And I was struggling. YouTube has a learning curve, man. You got to learn how to do certain things on there, man. And I was trying to figure out, I'm like, what is it that I'm not doing right? And it turns out that, okay, let me just get right to it. So you can become a member now. And for reasons being that the website is now done. The website is complete. Only thing left now is for me to order the merchandise and see what it actually looks like before I have you guys go out and go buy the stuff and ask you to get some merch. You gotta test the product out. So I will be ordering some stuff either tonight or tomorrow. And hopefully within 3 to 5 days, I'll have it. And then everybody will be free to go in there. We'll publish it. And you all are going to like some of those logos on that. I'm telling you, some nice looking stuff in there. Just letting you guys know ahead of time. But this is what we have, man. All you got to do now is go to the YouTube channel. Go to the YouTube channel where you see this logo. You see that Nomad Network logo there. You see it. You go there, you hit it, and you go and you find membership. And just go hit it. Everybody can afford it now. It's 99 cents. I don't know how long it's going to be 99 cents, but for right now, we're going to run 99 cents for member. Go ahead and grab that. Why? It's because it's going to help you get discounts on the merch. And so
we got you, bro. I got you on some 4X, 5X, depending on what you want. If you want a t-shirt, we got you. If you want a hoodie, I think we got you there too. So keep your eyes peeled when the site fully launches. I tried to make sure there was some stuff for them big lads out there because I know, you know what I mean? I know there's a couple big fans that are really willing, ready, and wanting to support. So we appreciate that.
And once the site, gets up and running, that 99 cent special will be on for a little special. And then it's like, y'all going to be special because guess what? The No Maniacs, y'all are special.
Yes, sir.
Special as hell. As we all are. So we all come together to talk Bears.
Looking there, right off the bat, Chris Mack, bro. Chris Mack.
Extra sauce too.
What's up, already? Right. Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you so much. It's going to be so important. We would love for all the Super No Maniacs to keep your memberships, and the difference is going to be in the percentage of your discount. So we have to make a difference between the two. So No Maniacs will get a certain discount, Super No Maniacs for $4.99. Get a little bit step above. You know what I mean? Just
Top shelf,
like,
baby.
right
Super
way to do it.
Top shelf, top shelf.
But so now everybody, and I would love to see, and it's just me and my personal sensibilities. I would love to see each and every person that's been supporting us for all this time go out and go grab a membership. I would love to see every one of our.
Look at this, Nomad's nemesis,
Wow.
Minister Charles.
Minister Charles is not my nemesis, man. He is not my nemesis. Mr. Charles is my brother, and he just
all
have a little differences of opinion sometimes. That's all that is. But I would love to see every single supporter of the channel. Now it's easy. Now all it costs you is $1 a month now. You know, for the people that have Super No Maniac memberships, we'll make sure that pays off for you. Keep those. But man, I want everybody that supports us for all this time, that's been rocking with us for all this time, to get some kind of perks for supporting this channel. And this is the way to do it. Just grab your membership right now. Go to the channel and hit that membership button and just join. You're gonna be able to get you some merch discounts, man.
Sweet. Love that.
Word. That's what's up.
Thank everybody, man. I would love to see everybody grab a new membership, man. Everybody go ahead and grab you one. Shout out to Calvin. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, No Maniacs. That's what I'm talking about. Everybody go ahead and grab you one, man. You're gonna get these discounts. It's coming out within, let's say, 7 days. We'll have that thing out. Hopefully I'll have my merch first, and then I'll tell you guys, go ahead and get it. But I cannot wait to show you what we have in the store, man. So go ahead and grab that membership, man. We'll put this back up later on, try to encourage some other people to jump in. But kids, I do have a question for you, man.
Well, what it do, bro?
When was the last time you've been to the to Costco or somewhere like that to do your little shopping? I gotta ask you that question.
Maybe a week or two ago.
I just want to know, man, have you made the change in your life? Have you given your life to Christ, man? Because the last time we talked about going to the store, man, No Maniacs gave you specific instructions on what to do to raise your manhood level, man. What to do. We told you what shelf to go to get this certain product that you can take home, and your girlfriend would like you a whole lot more if you did it, Trips. You know what I'm talking about, man.
Was there a Viagra shelf?
No. We ain't talking about that level.
Cialis shelf?
Did you or did you not? Did you or did you not go and purchase yourself some baby wipes yet?
Some baby wipes.
Have you?
Oh, Lord.
So, okay, so I'm a little worried about you, bro. I'm a little worried about you. You're really
worried about me. I'm more worried about you.
You're really interested. That's kind of my face. Like, in real talk, that's the face I have right this minute. Why are you worried about my ass so bad? Like, you really worried about my
I'm worried about you.
Oh, no, I got nothing but kids and skid marks in my little skid marks going down this tidy white.
No, the funniest thing about this is, like, the last time we had this conversation was maybe a week or two outside of me traveling and going being up in the hotel. And the whole conversation we were having is like, what happens if you're like kind of like stranded and stuck in an airport bathroom, and like, what do you do and all of that?
No moisture,
bro. It kind of came kind of close. I was traveling, and it wasn't an airport. I made like the worst mistake, and I'm never making that. I got to travel again. On Friday. The game. I didn't really realize the game's on Friday either. Anyways, I'll try and catch up from a hotel on Friday. Long story short, I took the train in Ontario. I'm taking the train, bro, and where I'm going is about 7 hours away from where I'm at. So I'm like, I could rent a car and drive, but I just want to put my head down and get some work done while I'm going. So I get on the train and off I go, thinking everything is cool. I get to Toronto. I'm going well past Toronto. Get to Toronto, everything is cool. I get on my second leg of this trip, and this train stops dead in the middle of nowhere, bro, for like 3 hours. Oh. And like I get, you know what I mean? I got to go do some business in the train. You know what I'm saying? Because that's kind of the situation. Like, and as I'm doing this business in the train, I'm like, motherfucking Triple R, man. It's like the only thing I can think of. Triple R And this damn, you know what I'm saying? This damn airport analogy with the baby. Nomad with the damn baby wipes. This is like the one time. This is the one time this could actually benefit me. Maybe I might have been better off bringing baby wipes with me.
Bro,
But, like,
what are you doing, man?
Anyways,
see now when the real world hits you in the face, or in this case, hit you in the ass.
yeah.
Next time when you pack your little to-go bag, it will include some baby wipes.
You know it sure as hell won't, bro. I'm not doing it. I refuse to do it. And like that situation is so like what I really refuse to do is I'm never taking the damn train again. Is really is the way that I'm looking at it. I'm not.
There you go. Blame the train for your.
I'm blaming the damn train, bro. The train was. I did. Now this is what I was saying to y'all. I did my business before I left. Everything was straight. I should have been fine because I didn't put any food in me for 7 hours. I was trying like. I holler at my business connect, and he's like, "Yo, man, I'm hungry. Like, when you gonna be here? We'll go get something to eat." I'm like, all right,
what's the longest you ever sat on a tarmac in an airplane?
Oh snap! You know what? No. You know what? Not too long, bro. Not too long. The longest was when I went to Amsterdam, and that was a fair amount. Actually, no. I got laid up in Philly for a minute, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got laid up.
So don't blame the trains, don't blame the planes or the automobiles. No conveyance.
All right. So
this is between you and your ass. And
just don't travel with me, Dan. You know what I mean? Remind yourself.
It's not about me traveling with you. It's about you smelling like shit.
That's what I'm saying. For those of you, if you catch me traveling, you may, you know.
Number one, kids. First of all,
you might.
You too grown to not know how to travel, man. You too grown, man. First of all,
you got to have some moisture on that tater hole when you're trying to wipe it clean.
First of all, you got to know what and what not to eat before you move around. Second,
you're the one. You're telling me this
big ass bowl of chili
eating at the damn Taco Bell out there while he's taking flights and shit. Nah, man, I know exactly what to eat, man. I'm straight. I'm good. But in this situation, if I'm stuck on the train having a dookie. It's a problem. It might be a little bit of a problem.
It's a problem for everybody on that train. Believe me.
It is. Well, at least those who are elbow to elbow with me, it might be a little bit of a problem.
It's a train. Ain't no
also the fact that I'm like, I don't give two rats' asses about other people like that. I don't care.
No, you don't want to walk around smelling like boo boo.
I don't care about other people though.
Like, you care enough about yourself not to walk around smelling like boo boo.
Bro, you cannot.
Your children can see this. You hey, watch yourself. Now your grandchildren will be watching this and comes perpetuity because you know the internet lasts forever. They don't want to know grandpa's walking around iris smelling like the boo boo.
Let me tell you something, man to man. You cannot continue to live this way, sir. You cannot continue to go forward.
The
with
Nomad Network, sponsored by.
You have got to step your game up, man. You cannot. You can't do this stuff, man.
I don't.
You get the little pack to travel.
We'll kick your ass out the club.
I'm just saying. I'm not. Dude, I'm not coming to the club. I'm not taking dumps before
the man's club. I'm talking about the man's club, civilized man's club. You're gonna get your ass kicked. You're gonna get your membership revoked.
Civilization didn't start with the Johnson & Johnson baby wipe, dog. Like I don't know. I don't know why this is so important to you. Do you work for the corporation? Are you know what I mean? Are you receiving kickbacks? Are you receiving kickbacks from Johnson & Johnson?
Look, I'm getting some.
Every white Nomad gets a taste.
I'm getting some Imodium kickbacks. Minister Charles said you take 2 Imodiums a couple hours before taking your trip. He gives you at least a 12-hour.
Bro, I'm telling you, I just make sure to.
Man, so that means like 12 and a half. You bet to be by where you gonna get.
I eat my breakfast. I do my business. I'm showered up at like business shower. I'm out. I'm clean as a whistle. Man, and bro, I should be straight for the next 5 to 6, 5 to 7 hours because I usually don't eat in transit. Once I get to a location, then I'm chowing down, and I got to do my business after that, and we're good. But
no, Maniacs, do me a favor, just tell Kez because he's gonna try to excuse his way out of this. Just tell him, man, like I'm about to tell him right now. Let him know in the chat, kids. We got to do better than this.
So what we're saying here is all y'all run around like women with baby wipes in your purses. Is this what I'm trying to understand? All y'all got a purse with baby wipes in them.
You keep them in your whip.
I carry a backpack and I just throw them in the backpack
everywhere you go.
Well, when I'm traveling, because I put it like this. I know to use the bathroom before you leave home. Everyone knows that. But you got to be at the airport.
I take a lot of
at an hour, before the flight. So that means you get an hour to the airport. That's 2 hours. Then you got 3 hours. Any delays, and you have to make sure that you definitely use the facilities before boarding the plane, because you don't want to go up in there and do nothing. So that means you have to utilize the cleaning, the paper material that they have in airports, and that shit is one layer thick, and it's like it smears everywhere, and it's just smearing, and it never comes clean. But you have your backpack with you because you're in the airport, and then you just open it up, you pull out the wet wipe, and then you boom, 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 and then it's like fresh, and then you dispose of it, and then you go on about your business and keep it moving, and you smell all maple syrup or syrupy and sweet like you normally do, and not like, did a bear just shit in this maple syrupy woods?
Hey, Mr. Canuck, listen. And when you get them, they have to be flushable wipes. For this, some people just don't know that. You got to get flushable wipes.
So you're saying you've been clogged up somebody's
yeah, I've got the
they all flushable.
I had that wrong for several years before somebody enlightened me. So get that right in the first place. So
but airports and trains, they got people for that. So it's all flushable.
Dog, I bring like extra drawers, man. I'm familiar with a shark, dog. You know what I mean? Like it's real life we're talking about here. There's no ain't no wet nap gonna save you from a shark.
We're not talking about sharks. We're talking about the.
Well, Casey L he's trying to school me on
Casey, he's looking out for you like we all are. That's all Casey trying to do. But what we're talking about is like, as it comes out, maybe it's a little smeary on the walls. You know what I mean? And it's like, you got how do you clear a smear with single layer cheap ass TP? It doesn't. All it does is smear more. That's where the moisture comes in.
Trips, let me tell you how I got enlightened. So I was in Ohio, and one of my girlfriends. I hate even saying.
I need you to time out for a second. This is gonna be the craziest story. I'm sure.
No, it ain't. It ain't really crazy at all. Cause I'm a hooper, man. I like.
He's going Cleveland steamer on us.
When you down low on money and you need to rotate out the old underwear and get you some new ones. I usually get some really.
Rotate's the wrong word to be using in this particular.
You gotta rotate. I don't know. People also need to know this. Men need to know this. You need to rotate out your motherfucking drawers on a regular basis. Get them old ass drawers up out there and get you some new drawers. And so I was in that rotation out phase. And at this particular time, I was strapped for cash, and I had to go get, the 3 and 6 roll. You get at Walmart or wherever you go and get some underwear. And in the packs that I got, they were probably mostly gray. And so I hoop all the time. I hoop on a regular basis, and I would hoop. And she was just like, dude, I'm just telling you right now, dude, you need some baby wipes. I'm like, I'm tripping on her. I'm like, what you talking about? Everybody doing no baby wipes. I started going off on her. She was just like, you be going crazy. But I'm trying to tell you, I don't mind going in there and grabbing your clothes and washing them. And I'm like, I don't mind you getting them either. That's help me. She said, but man, sir, would you please get you some wipes? I'm gonna go grab you some. Would you please use them? And my life was different since then, bro. Since then, my life has been completely different. No street game.
You were saved, bro.
I was saved. I was enlightened, man. I saw the light, bro. But we trying to get through. We trying to get you there, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm
get
good.
you there.
This is not the religion I'm signing up for. This is not the religion I'm signing up for. Give me Jesus. Give me Jesus. You can flush your Johnson and Johnsons and clog that shit at the same time. I'm not saying it.
Hey, once you get on your plane, clogged airport toilets don't mean a thing to you.
I don't think that's what. That could be the worst thing in the world. Real talk, though. You clog up an airplane toilet, we're all in trouble.
No, I said airport. but the
Oh,
plane.
I'm talking airplane. I'm talking like if imagine like let's be real now. Imagine I decided accidentally without this conversation went out and took your advice without the little caveat that they have to be flushable, and I was stuck in that train, bro, and things went sideways. Damn, this might be terrible advice you're giving to people.
Well, those technically don't really flush because they just go into a tank. They go into a septic tank on trains and planes, so it's not like pipes.
Kelvin C's had enough. He's a new member. He's like, fuck this shit. Forget about it. I don't know how he got here, but he's very interested in the way in my ass wiping technique, and here we are.
We're interested in you having a clean ass. That's it, man. Don't get it. Sure don't make the shit weird now.
I will. I promise you, it's weird. I promise you, I'm not interested in what happened.
You right, man. That's what good brothers do, man.
I'm not interested in what's going on in your
What kind of brother would I be for letting you run around smelling like?
Just cancel this membership. Look. I love you guys and all that, but what's happening in your drawers is y'all business. So I'd like to keep it that way. You get your baby wipes.
Well, you're gonna end up being
there's a great Cameron song about this, and he was not talking about men's asses at all.
Hey man.
Well, we can all give a shout out to the people that help us in our lives.
Hey man,
they might hurt our feelings, but they help.
Shout out Cameron.
Hey, Minister Charles said, "Don't be like him and have to leave a couple pair of drawers in the club."
Those ain't mine.
Hey man, if you gotta walk home, if you gotta leave the club without drawers, man, it is what it is. You do what you gotta do.
I mean, you gotta go home commando in your dress life.
You just don't tell anybody about
it's crucial. It's crucial.
You just don't tell anybody. See, Minister Charles saying it's weird. I'm saying it's weird, but here we are.
Well, Don Birdo,
I know you're interested in my ass, though. This is probably the most conversation that has ever occurred with respect to my personal ass. But
you got to get right with the Lord.
Away we go.
You got to get right.
Well, but as long as Don Bird, he wipe his ass with just his fingers and his nails. So yeah.
Oh no, okay. It's definitely time to start. Oh Lord, I just can't think of that. All right, let's get to some Bears right now because a lot of people, I do not want people to revoke their membership because we're talking about kids.
You went down this road, dog. But here we go.
All right, this is some extra sauce, but that's extra.
Man, aka Scat Man.
That is extra sauce. Hey, let's get into some Bears conversation. Let's get right on to the nitty gritty, and that is congratulations, man. I got Tyson Bagent.
Got it back.
He got a contract extension. Let me just say this, man. I think there's very few guys on this team that probably deserve this more than Tyson Bagent. If there are any. Tyson Bagent works his ass off. He's a competitor. And not only that, he's humble, man. The guys around him like him. They root for him. And the other thing is, for me, I think this was a great move by Chicago. All of us running around talking, all the people talking about, what we can get for Tyson Bagent. I always felt like, to me, you put that kind of time and that kind of those kind of resources into grooming and growing this cat. Why would you be willing? Why would you be in a rush to trade him, especially with the camp he's having so far? Tyson Bagent has earned this money. He's worked hard for it, and he deserves every single dime of it. I watched this presser today, and it got me emotional watching him because he's talking about how his father came from a background with no running water. Me being a kid that grew up in a rough background, man, not having lights, not having running water at times and all that kind of stuff, food not being there. I related to that so instantly. So I'm just saying, I'm going to be a Tyson Bagent fan just because I know where he comes from. So I'm just saying congratulations to him. You deserve it. All that hard ass work. Now he's got some security in his life for him and his family. I watched that presser, man. I almost dropped one, man. It was emotional, man, because it touched him so deeply, man. I'm glad Ryan Poles made this move to get him as a UDFA and put the kind of resources into him to turn him into the guy he's becoming. I think he's a great piece. We're a whole lot better with Tyson Bagent here. I'll just say that before I pass it on.
See, Nomad almost had to break out them baby wipes and wipe his tears.
Good for that too.
Big shout out to Cloud Chasers Radio for joining up. Respect, sir, for your membership. Look, we went back and forth about this exact topic last week. My thoughts, and like we probably if shout out to the folks at Hallis Hall, because if y'all by any stretch of the imagination are watching this show, you did exactly what we talked about. And my conversation with Nomad was around this. Is Tyson Bagent going to take a team-friendly deal? And the real conversation was, do you offer him a team-friendly deal, or do you put him on the trading block and potentially trade him? I said you do something, right? You do something. If he takes a team-friendly deal, great. If he decides to decline the team-friendly deal, then obviously you're looking at the other side of this thing and potentially, trading off that backup quarterback asset. From what Tyson said today, and I watched the full presser as well, from what he said today, he had this deal in hand for a little bit. I think he said a week or two. And he had to make a decision. And somebody, one of the beat guys asked very specifically, were you really thinking about potentially being a starter in the NFL? Was that, did that question come into play? And he said, absolutely. It was actually the reason why it took him a week or so to make this decision and actually sign this contract. But at the end of the day, he believes in what they're doing. He believes in Ben Johnson and his connection to this coaching staff. And that's, as well as the fact that his family could really use money like this. This is generational money for them. Those are the three big things that jumped out to me with respect to Tyson Bagent. No knock to this kid in any capacity. I think he is a gem.
And this boy works so hard, man.
Yeah, man. He's really put a lot of hard work in. And like we're saying, the work that he's putting in is hard. It's also his demeanor from a leadership perspective on the sideline. Like he's just strictly there to lead by example and show and prove. He goes out there, he has a good day, he shows you that he's having a good day. He's not there to rub his good day in your face or to take that good day and be like, damn it, I should be doing better. He's just loves football. And
what, Leo took this right out of my mouth, because I was just about to say this. He says also, if Tyson works hard, it's going to make Caleb work hard. I seriously believe that if Caleb takes huge steps this year and really starts to grow and really become the guy we think he can be, it's largely due because this guy's breathing right down his neck.
Well,
I believe that. I've seen it. I've heard it. This guy can play his ass off. And if Caleb is to ever become the guy we think he can be, it's because this guy is breathing right down his fucking neck. And this is a very, very sage move by Ryan Poles to keep up the pressure. So if Caleb Williams is to become the guy we think he's going to become, it's because this guy is going to be breathing right there on his heels. I think this might be one of the better moves that Ryan Poles has made since being here. By signing
he got him UDFA Division II, and now has developed him. And remember the Heath Ledger movie, rest in peace, where he was able to change his stars by going off and becoming a knight and somebody's servant.
You mean the Dark Knight? No,
different stars. He was a younger Heath Ledger.
Oh, okay.
His dad was blind, and he sold him off to a person, not a baron, one of those old, one of those people that had slaves and shit. And so he became his young servant. Yeah, this is back in England, man.
Oh man, I ain't never seen this movie now.
Oh, it was a classic, but it was good. Shut the fuck up. So anyway, it's cool because now, Tyson Bagent, Mr. T-Bag himself, was able to change the family stars. That's not the generational, let's say, money like, Love is making, or any other, quarterback making that $50 million a year. but it's a good start as he, has grinded his ass off, as he says, and just his play. I mean, the beautiful feathering over the linebacker in front of the safety, the athleticism, and just the knowing that the Browns, the Saints, a couple other teams would be over the moon to have T-Bag as their quarterback. And so the power polls compels you, signed him, couple years. It leaves the opportunity for him to develop more and get the opportunity now in a couple years to get a further extension or go out into the world and, make his money or become a trade candidate or sign another deal. The possibilities are all on the table. And now this is a comforting thought because we have a competent, young, developing quarterback at number 2 locked up for a couple years. And now, Reed can be that developing guy next coming up the pipeline. So I think it's a good move all the way around.
By the way, Trish, let me add this to it too, and you can follow up with this. I've heard I would imagine he's got at least half to about $7 million of that upfront guarantee. He should. Number one. Number two is I heard there are hella incentives in this contract. Is laden with, this is just reporters reporting this out. It's laden with incentives for his performances. When whatever he does, whatever it is that's in that contract, I guess they put that language in his contract to really get him. He could have just said, you know what? I want to go play somewhere else, but there's something in that contract that said, you know what, I'm good. I like what Calvin what he's saying right here. He's from West Virginia. He said it's like I've been to West Virginia. I know what it's like, bro. I trust me. I know what it's like. He said 10 million is like 50 in West Virginia. It's gonna go a long way. I just hope he keeps the heathens that's probably family members away from all that money. Don't spend it, bro.
Well, the thing that he addressed is a couple things about the paper. It's a 2-year, $10 million deal, but with incentives, it could be up to $16 million. So that's another, it's probably got playing time involved. Like, Caleb goes down and, all of those.
Anything reported out about the
workout bonuses? What?
Anything reported out about the incentives? What the details of it?
Not the actual details yet. No.
Oh, okay.
So he mentioned that, back home, ain't nobody got no money. And it's like, well, yeah. So he's a popular fella. How do you look out for people without, not looking out for others or overlooking these or giving more to that one? So now they're in a position to figure out some kind of foundational way to, open something back home that everybody can benefit from, so I would think that his dad has his pulse on the finger of the community and that they're going to do things that, can help the community because he seems that kind of, kid. And I think he also said that he got a baby daughter on the way, so, family is developing and we got him right out of college. And so we're watching him grow up and develop into a mature young man. And it's a good thing to see, as in addition, to his physical talents and his mental talents as well. Don't forget, he went through, wasn't he here for Waldron? Who is his, who have been his offensive coordinators?
Yeah,
that T-Bag is
his original offensive coordinator was
Luke Getsy.
Getsy.
Then he got Waldron. Now he's got
and then he had Brown, with Caleb. Now he's got Declan Doyle, Ben Johnson. So he's adapted well. He's learned well. He's been right there with Caleb, pushing him. So yeah, it's a nice thing to see. Congrats, my man. Congrats.
So I'm gonna layer a little bit more onto Nomad's comment with respect to him pushing Caleb Williams. What we have right now in that quarterback room is Case Keenum again, a backup who has seen all kinds of teams, of schemes, and decent time on the field, good understanding of the game, and should be able to pass that mentally onto our number one pick quarterback, right? The flip side here with Tyson Bagent is learning those aspects of the game too, just like Caleb is. But there's something special about this one particular young man. And what that is his work ethic, right? And if he's able to show Caleb Williams the level of work ethic that he puts in, I think there's really you kind of have a really good mix of influence for Caleb. You have that physical, I'm gonna grind it out and hit the gym and CrossFit coming right out of Tyson Bagent every day, and that's the type of grind that he's gonna need to stay up in this league, as well as that mental aspect from Case Keenum. So I think I think this quarterback room has a real interesting balance between the mental and the physical to actually impart onto Caleb and help develop the young quarterback.
It's I'm telling you right now, everything when it comes to sports, football in particular, since that's what we're talking about, everything is competition. Like once you get to this level, there's no other motivating factor that can really move the margins for you more than the competition around you or behind you. You know what I mean? The guys that really, really go out there to get it, and everything is on the line and nothing is handed to them type of guys like Tyson Bagent. Like he's got to go out there and scrap for them grits and gravy, man. And he's proven to this organization, the front office and everybody around him, inside the locker room, outside the locker room, that like, dog, I see myself as a starting quarterback that can play anywhere in this league. I'm on your team, and I'm going to push this quarterback that you just drafted, number one. If he's going to get better, he's going to get better because I'm going to be trying to take his job every fucking day in practice. That's what you got to have. I used to talk to some of the guys that came to school with me, and we used to talk shit to each other like, man, dude, I'm finna take this job. This is my job. I got the left starting corner's job. No, I got it. Dudes from LA, dudes from New York, dudes from Miami, motherfuckers talking shit. That's what goes on inside a locker room. Even by the time you see Tyson Bagent and Caleb Williams at the podium, they're PC. But trust me, behind the scenes, these motherfuckers talking cash shit. Cash shit. And that's motivating. This is a great signing by Ryan Poles. It was a great move to get him in the building in the first place, but to spend all that time and effort to groom him, and he's been steady Eddie throughout it all. You know what I mean? It hasn't shaken his confidence whatsoever with all these different people coming in and out of the building. All I've seen is really, really good signs from Tyson Bagent. And I'm just glad for him, knowing what I know he's probably been through living in West Virginia. It's rough. It's really rough. You have to go through those parts to know what I'm talking about. But man, I'm telling you, I'm just proud of the cat, man. This was a good move by Ryan Poles if there ever was one. Any last thoughts on Tyson Bagent before we get out?
Yeah, to close it, clean it up there, kids. It's called A Knight's Tale.
I did see that one. That's
Mhm.
what the girl from that dancing movie, isn't it? Julia Stiles, isn't it him and Julia Stiles?
I don't see Julia Stiles. Shannon Sossman, Paul Bethany, Shannon Sossman. That's her name. I don't know.
Okay.
Well, Rufus Sowell, I recognize him, and Alan Tudyk and James Purefoy.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I did see that one. Now that you say it, I did see that one.
See, I knew you had.
All
right. Well, let's get to some other Bears news that just happened recently. Congratulations one more time to Tyson Bagent. You deserve it, bro.
Yeah, the Bagency for the win today, man.
Big win. Change the stars.
As we know, the Bears have, we got some running back issues going on. We're going to talk about some other stuff in a little bit. But for right now, we have Royce Freeman they signed. They worked out Royce Freeman. I think Kylin James, somebody that I did, I actually put, research out on some breakdown stuff on Kylin James throughout the draft process. They did not sign him. I don't know why. I thought he would have been a really good move for us. But sometimes when they're bringing these guys into the building, and they're letting the media know who they're working out. All right, so they put a list of guys out there who they're working out. I go to the tape, I see what I see on film. I'm just like, okay, this guy's got some traits to him. But what gets left out is we don't know what goes on behind closed doors, because if you look at the tape, there's no reason Kylin James shouldn't have been the guy signed, because he's got a lot of upside. He's a UDFA. He's a guy you can possibly keep on the roster for a while. But either one or two things is going on. Those other two guys really screwed up the interview and really didn't look good. Maybe they had some injury or something going on. That could be going on. And also there could be there's a possibility for something else they're looking at long term. And this is just a person just to fill in a blank for right now.
Yeah. I vote for that option.
Go ahead, Trip.
Yeah, I vote for the latter option, to where older Mr. Freeman, he's been bouncing around the league. I think I saw like 8 different teams. He's pushing 30 years old. He just seems like a camp body, because all of the scuttlebutt is about the running backs that will be available after Tuesday, after cut day. From the Walker there in Seattle, Robinson and DC, and a couple other guys, because so many young running backs were drafted that it's going to make a lot of these guys expendable that still got, plenty of tread on the tires and can play. So it seems as though that Royce is just here for a little bit, instead of, maybe taking the UDFA that you can get later. You know what I mean? So don't mess with his opportunity, maybe to go to another team that really wants to give him a shot. And maybe if they don't get one of the Robinsons or any of the running backs that are released cut down day, they go back and revisit the UDFA. So, yeah, I don't really see Freeman as like a 53-man roster candidate,
So,
yeah.
Trip, would you be surprised if I told you one of my NFL teammates? This is kind of how I went from what he told me. You'll get, kind of somebody will ship you a piece of a playbook. So somebody will come to your door, UPS or something, and you'll get like a portion of the playbook before you come to do your workout, before you come do your interview and all that stuff. You'll get a piece of a workout, as a package. Somebody will come to your door, boom, boom, boom. Hey, Mr. Triple R, hey, we got a package for you, sign off on it, boom. And you got to get this down before you get to the meeting. And then you get to the meeting, it's about retention. How much can you? So now you understand why, some guys might get the job, and you see somebody with a little bit more ability, why they didn't get the job. Maybe, you didn't answer the questions the right way. Maybe you didn't get your shit down the way you're supposed to. Capacity, I guess mental capacity and retention, so it's not as simple as how good did this guy look on the field. I would just say that.
I wouldn't say that at all. Because
I'm telling you, that's what it is.
He's played for 3 different teams. Triple R exaggerated a little bit. He's played for 3 different teams, and the results are more or less the same. His first 2 seasons, he had, a middling affair. You know what I'm saying? Like a middling affair.
Hankins is on IR, Paul.
500-ish yards here and there. But, like, things to note. If the Bears signed Royce Freeman, first thing to say, it's likely just to get through these next 2 weeks. Third thing to say, there's running back room depth issues. I'm just putting this out there the way that it should be, because Royce Freeman's not. I hate to say this, bro, but he's not a particularly good back at all.
No. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm talking about the difference between somebody getting signed and somebody not getting signed. Is a likelihood of it goes beyond the physical ability. It goes to retention. Can we tell you we need you to learn 15 different sets, different plays before we can put you in the game and feel comfortable? If
He
you can,
probably already knows him because he's played for three different.
he's a vet. He's been through this shit many times. That's the
Yeah.
difference.
Yeah. That's sort of what I'm saying. Under the same pretenses, the guys they're bringing in right now is that they're not necessarily very high caliber. So they just need, like I say, they just need to get through the next 2 weeks and make it to that waiver wire case scenario once cut day comes around the corner, and then they can really make. They can really address running back depth the right way, depending on who's available on the market. We've already named a couple of people, being Brian Robinson Jr.
Well, let's get there, kids. Let's get there.
You know,
Hold on. Any last thoughts about Royce
no, there's not. You know what I'm saying? There's
right.
this is not an exciting conversation to be had. It's actually a little bit worrisome.
Since you rounded that corner, let's just go there before we get to anything else. Now I'll start the conversation off. We're talking about Brian Robinson. The Commanders are openly fielding offers and trying to move this guy per several notable reporters. I think this is real. And not only that, I think the Bears ought to be in this conversation 110%. Why? It's because I think in order for that running back room to be where I think to get to the level of where I think this team can get to, one thing won't happen before the other one will happen. I'm not at all confident about this running back room minus DeAndre Swift. At all confident. I don't give a shit what I saw in the preseason game. I'm telling you guys right now, we are another high caliber running back away from actually having a powerful offense. I like Kyle Monangai. I like Roschon Johnson. I like other guys in that running back room, but I don't think it's enough. I think the Bears ought to get in this. They need to lift that phone and at least engage in a conversation to see what Brian Robinson might cost, because I think you put those two guys in the backfield, the contrast between their two styles is perfect to me. You got a big back to supplement the little shifty, quick running back. And not only that, you're going to save both of those guys a whole lot of wear and tear by doing running back by committee, which most teams are doing. Most teams that doesn't have Saquon Barkley are doing that. Or what's his name? And even in freaking Baltimore, they're having running back by committee to a certain extent. So I'm saying I think this would be a great move to complement DeAndre Swift, and he's young. Man, the guy's only like 25, 26 years old.
Well, now let me ask you, man, because there were 3 names. Oh, and Kez, I sent you a message there in the chat. There's 3 names that came up. It was Walker. I keep wanting to say Kevin Walker, but it's not Kevin. Walker in Seattle.
Kenneth Walker.
Kenneth Walker, thank you. Robinson from DC and Kamara from the Saints. So out of those 3, you like Robinson the best?
Where'd you get Kamara from, man?
Hey, man, I just read what was reported.
I've heard that. That's you, the second person I heard that from.
See, I got sources. I can't tell you all of them.
And I haven't. Well, he's a veteran.
But I mean, if those are all on the table, you still Robinson?
Yeah, asking me.
Okay. Hold on a minute now. What we got? 2025. Okay. I'm just looking at Alvin Kamara because I didn't really realize that he might be.
Alvin Kamara ain't gonna be no number 2 to nobody.
No, it ain't. He ain't no spring chicken anymore.
He ain't doing that.
In the running back world, man. In the running back world, 30 years old is a very old age.
Bro, keep it sensible, man. That guy's been a starter. He's a perennial Pro Bowler, one of the best running backs, and that motherfucker is not going nowhere to be nobody's backup. Period.
Well, but he's a potential trade / salary cut.
He might be a casualty. So I'm looking at his stuff right now. He is in 2025. There's actually a potential out for him, where they can cut him, and it's it's a significant it's a significant enough hit, but they owe him somewhere around 20. Yeah, they owe almost $30 million. So if they cut him this year, they squared up at $10 million, and he goes out into the market. They basically save $18 million different. So that's what I'm looking at with respect to Alvin Kamara. I wouldn't have even considered that he would be potentially available in any capacity. But I'm looking at it now. The numbers do make a little bit of sense. If they were to cut him, I don't know what they did. I have to go back and look at this team. So Kamara, do they have another running back?
Yes.
Who?
Oh my God. Kendre Miller.
Yeah, that ain't no Alvin Kamara. They got Clyde Edwards there. Oh, they got Cam Akers. Okay, they got some backs.
Kendre Miller is gonna be a dude.
Huh?
Kendre Miller is gonna be a dude.
Maybe.
Like
we had Kendre. Then why ain't he here? You know what I mean? We had Kendre Miller on our squad.
No, we didn't have Kendre Miller here.
Are you sure about that?
Kendre Miller is a rookie. He's a second-year player from let me make sure I got this right. It was TCU. Okay, no, you're right.
He's 2023 drafted. He's been here for 2 years now. Okay,
maybe going to get any significant tick so long as Alvin Kamara was there. They're ready to move on, but I think what's going to happen with Alvin Kamara is he might ask them to cut him so that he can hit. Depending on who's
that's not in his best interest.
You know it's not in his best interest. That's I got to thinking about that after.
It's not. I'm just saying, just by dollars and cents, it's in his best interest to stick around in New Orleans and get that $30 million. Nobody else, for real, nobody else is giving him $30 million. That's just not happening, especially if he's getting cut. So he gets his $10 million, which is decent, and then he signs with another team for another couple of bucks, and he's doing okay. That's the life of a running back in the NFL, considering it all. If Kendre Miller is backing him up, they've also got Cam Akers and Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I'm going to say it's still a huge drop-off at the running back position for the New Orleans Saints, but it wouldn't be an unheard of camp casualty. You know what I mean?
But I mean, look at who's battling to be their starting quarterback. You know what I'm saying? I think they're like, let's go ahead and eat this cap difference now while they work out between Mr. Rattler and Mr. Sloth.
Well, this might be the tank season for this team. Is the other way of looking at it, right? If you're gonna shit the bed, you might as well bring your wet wipes. I guess we're back.
Listen, at some point or another, every single team in the NFL will eat bad cat litter. You either eat it now or you eat it later.
I'm just saying. So this might be that situation for the New Orleans Saints, and they're reing up, new head coach, brand new situation for them across the board. Reset. So maybe you move on.
I don't see. I think they keep that guy on the roster for now, and then use him sparingly, and then come. To me, the best thing for him and the team will be to hold on to that guy until the trade deadline. For some team that's really surging towards a nice playoff run, and they feel like they might be a running back away from putting them over the top. I think that's the best case scenario for him and the team, because if it goes down the wrong way now.
Let me ask you the realest question in the world, though.
There's no way they get, unless a major running back like Saquon Barkley, knock on wood.
But if you trade for him, you inherit the contract.
So what? Teams don't care about that.
Oh, yes, everybody does. We're talking about 30.
If you're a team trying to surge to get over the top and trying to get that,
but if you're that team who has that much cap space,
somebody will make room for him.
There's no. So you're correct. So we're talking about $30 million. The other part of this is this factor. Name another team besides yours truly, you know what I mean, besides the Chicago Bears, that actually has a running back problem in the NFL.
My guy, I'm talking about teams that particularly a running back could push them over the top. It doesn't matter how bad their salary.
I don't think they're. what I'm trying to tell you is after this past year's draft, I don't think there's such a thing with the singular exception of the Chicago Bears.
Chiefs. Come playoff time, if they don't think their running back room is sufficient enough, and he's still on that team trying to look to get away from, they will completely destroy their salary cap to get this Lombardi trophy. Period. They will put Kendre Miller in that backfield, and he will march their ass just like Saquon Barkley did to a fucking Super Bowl. They know that. So he will end up on a team. There's no way this plays out where he's with the Chicago Bears. No.
Yeah, I don't. The Chiefs been paying 7th rounders to tote the rock, and they do it because they've got a solid offensive line. Like Elijah Mitchell wasn't bad last season at all. He put up really quality numbers. Isaiah Pacheco, 7th rounder, put up quality numbers. They've gone to 2 Super Bowls with 7th round running backs. I don't see them flipping the script now, and you know what I mean? They've got enough money already in Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes, and Trey Smith. I don't think they're trying to pay running back.
Well, they traded Sky Moore, Kansas City did, to the 49ers today for a 6th and a 7th rounder, I believe.
Dog, y'all, it's so sometimes I love you boys, man. I love y'all to death. Y'all know that. But sometimes it's so frustrating listening to y'all always go to the dollar amount when it comes to this. And at the end of the day, you're talking about billionaires that don't give no fucks about. They will restructure some shit later on. But to get over the hump, to get that trophy and get that notoriety and put you on that pedestal, they don't give them no. They let people like y'all sit
So then
around.
why isn't
They let y'all sit around and talk about how much some shit's gonna cost, and him and Ha about that shit. They don't give no fucks. They are gonna get a winning team one way or the other. If
So why doesn't Trey Hendrickson have a deal right now?
Salary cap, then so fucking be it. The great
Or Micah Parsons.
That's what I'm trying to say. Why don't either one of those guys have a deal as we speak?
Because nobody's desperate yet.
Why would you require desperation to pay somebody that's proven?
Because if you wait a little while and you get to a point where the injury and attrition starts to kick in, and you're at a point where it's just like, all right, where we are right now, this makes sense for us. Nobody in training camp, unless they have absolute apocalypse in their training camp, is trying to make that move right now. Because they all encouraged about what they see in their training camp. They like their roster. They spent time with these guys. They like the coaching staff. They like what these guys are telling them in meetings. Nobody's going to tell them, hey, we are desperate. We need to get an edge rusher. We're desperate. We need to get a running back right now. Nobody's going to fucking do that.
You skirted the whole question. So I'm talking about Micah Parsons on the. Why doesn't Jerry Jones sign a deal to retain?
Jerry Jones is an asshole. That's why.
Cool. So let's move over to Cincinnati and talk about Trey Hendricks. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a reason why we have to talk about the cap in the NFL, because it exists. If this was baseball and there's no cap, no problem. Throw money all over the
place about it, though, man. God damn.
But it's in the point.
It's somebody else's money, not mine.
I know, but it is important to understand because there is a cap. I don't care how they spend their money outside of the fact that there's a finite amount that they can spend. It's literally that reason. If it was unlimited, nobody gives a rat's ass. It's limited. That's where the issue comes into play. If you dump all your money this year, you're gonna have a problem next year.
Look at Scrolls' comment there on the screen. Read that.
I've seen it.
Salary caps matter, Nomad. Look at what the Eagles had to let go. They got a ring, but it won't be a dynasty, and people only remember dynasties. Look at us, like
counting nobody.
Look at us with Khalil Mack, bro. Like, just for that reason alone, we went deep, paid big money to bring the man here. He played his heart out while he was here, and unfortunately, turned the entire organization into a cap strap situation that Ryan Poles had to come in the door. Matt Eberflus was all hokey and happy that, yeah, man, I get to work with Khalil Mack, and he was gone by the time the door swung open. You know what I'm saying?
Let me tell you how we. Let me say this. Let me say this to you, man. How we got here? We started off with a conversation about me saying I think Brian Robinson makes sense. Now, Brian Robinson makes probably, if he stays at Washington, somewhere around $3 million, 3.5, somewhere around in that neighborhood. I've seen that. And we're talking about grabbing him. This is going into his 4th year. And so after this year, he's out of his rookie contract. Somebody's going to have to pay him. At this point, I don't think that move is totally egregious for Chicago. That's all I'm saying. I think it's a great compliment for Brian Robinson with DeAndre Swift. That's all I'm saying.
It gives him a year to prove himself. That 1 year between, for his deal. And if he proves himself here, it's like, all right, you can, make him a future part of the team, or he can go out in the free agency and then you draft a running back next year. It makes sense. Wouldn't be opposed to it.
So, okay, C-Bear boy, like I hear you. That's if they trade for Kamara, though. We're talking about if Kamara is actually cut.
Yeah, by Tuesday. Cut day is Tuesday.
Right. So if he's cut, everything we said applies.
Right. No contracts are carried or honored after they're cut. So it's just whatever you negotiate with the new team.
Well,
Jay, I have not heard about Zay Frazier being back. That's the first I heard of it.
He came back today.
But go ahead, man. Please, with all this cap shit, man. That's boring as fuck.
Hey, some of us can count. I'm just saying.
You fucking man. I can count, motherfucker.
I
just don't want to talk about it on the podcast. Goddamn time.
Hey, man.
Yeah, but it's a part of, like, you can bring in this player, that player, but you can't just do that because there are financial considerations.
Of course, let other people deal with it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I ain't blowing smoke up everybody's ass and saying these people gonna be here if they can't actually afford.
I'm talking about the possibility. I'm talking about what fits, what does not. Cap stuff.
Yeah, because I was talking like after they got cut, not trading for them and having to assume the contracts.
The reason why we got here is because we started talking about Alvin Kamara, who was under contract. And that's why, that's why we're looking at the cap. Like I was like, Alvin Kamara, what do you mean? They relatively recently signed him again to his second deal. But it's that time where you have an out, the dollars and cents are a little bit less high. You can pay the man out and move on to the next running back if you have somebody to take
what it is, man. My wheelhouse is football, your wheelhouse is looking at
I'm a businessman.
That's what you do. Don't insult people, man, because I karate chop the fuck out you now.
I'm practicing my Trip Kung Do, bro.
I do think, but seriously though, I do think Brian Robinson is a really, I think that's a really serious. That should be a really serious consideration. Just in my opinion, what Brian Robinson's contract may or may not be. Who's to say that they? I think if you make a move on Brian Robinson at this point, you have to consider extending him out of contract, something. You know what I mean? You got to consider. Otherwise, I don't know how that makes sense for Chicago right now. You give up some draft capital or something, and you only have him for a year. How does that make sense?
Do you believe in Brian Robinson Jr.? Like,
I think he's a nice compliment to his running style and his body type next to DeAndre Swift. I think that's a perfect little marriage, man. You got a physical big running back versus a Swifty, more, a jitterbug kind of guy. I think the yin and yang aspect of them two together, I think is very attractive, man.
Well, I thought that was supposed to be Roshan's job.
Well, we'll see. When's the last time you seen Roshan? When the last time you heard about Roshan being out there?
Roshan who?
Exactly.
Well, I wouldn't want them, and this is like Cloud Trace is right there with me. I wouldn't want to trade for Brian Robinson Jr. If he falls off the truck, I'd scoop him up, maybe.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But I wouldn't want to part with actual draft capital for him. Like he's all right. And they really liked him in Washington. But like I don't know, man. You know what I mean? I just don't trust it.
I mean, how do you like him as a player, though, Kaz? Are you familiar with him?
I'm familiar with the kid. He's okay. Like and this is what I'm sort of saying. He's okay.
He's an upgrade over Roschon for sure.
I'm
telling you that.
Man, I'm trying to respond to that comment as nicely as I can. You know, not trying to be cold-blooded. I'm just saying I'm not trying to be cold-blooded to Roschon because at the end of the day, I'm right. Like me and you are line of sight with this running back room. I think it needs help, and I don't think Roschon Johnson is a very good running back. Like I just put it like that. North-south, even north-south, there's better running backs out there. I think.
Even like Mr. Brown, Manangai, when he was playing Hankins before he got hurt and put on IR, all show vision, quick feet, able to move. Roschon Johnson hasn't really shown that yet.
He looks for somebody and wants to bury that guy, and I love that about him.
Unfortunately, I've got a question for you. I tell you, he says, who is Washington's other running back, kids? One of them I know is Rodriguez Jr. I think it's Chris Rodriguez. I think they got another running back or two. One of the guys that I wanted in the draft, I just can't think of his name right now. Might be was it Bayshore Tootin?
Okay, so they got Austin Eckler over there, so there's an upside.
And they got Rodriguez, and they got a rookie that I was high as
shit. McNichols is there.
Yep.
Chris Rodriguez Jr., you're right. Who else they got?
There's a rookie there, man. Tell me who that guy is. I'm having a brain fart right now.
I don't see a rookie on this roster. Sorry, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt.
Krosky Merritt, I think from Southern.
Number 38
from Southern something. Yeah, I did some time studying him, man. He's a nice piece. Nice piece.
Like I'm not surprised that they're where they are with Brian Robinson Jr. Like I'm and this is sort of why I'm like, let's not, because we need a little bit of help, let's not go crazy now. You know what I mean? Like not a highly scouted running back. He's performed well in the NFL. I'm gonna give him that. He's an 800-yard back on a regular
does the dude get shot?
Yeah, he did take a bullet and came back, and that was the thing. His backup, and I'm trying to remember who the backup was at the time. The backup was nice too, but the backup stepped in, played very well. He healed up, got back on the field, and took his job back, and left the backup. I think the backup's in New England. At least that's my feeling. In any event, got shot, came back, played well. He's basically at like 750 yards a season type back. Not terrible. Definitely better than what we were just discussing a little while ago with respect to Royce Freeman. I wouldn't really call him your north-south guy, but he's got decent vision. You know what I mean? Like he can get different things done. Again, I wouldn't put draft capital on the line for it, but if he fell off the truck, I'd scoop him up.
Let's finish this conversation off by me asking you guys a simple, pimple ass question. Will there be a running back move soon or no? Kids, we'll start with you. Just yay or nay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say I'm definitely saying yeah. You go ahead and tell your reasons why, kids, and we'll just do it like that. Go around like that.
I think we got a lot of evidence of it this past week, right? This past week, we just watched a great football game where we skunked the Buffalo Bills. And my dude, Ben Johnson, ran the rock. And no matter who it was, he was running the ball. And I loved that. Hankins got out there. Britton Brown was out there. Unfortunately, the guys who, were hurt, or the Swift wasn't suiting up, and I'm all with that. Keep him safe for the actual season, but he ran the football. Ben Johnson is traditionally a guy who runs the football. I think we need to make sure that room is solidified and they can do just that. So I don't, especially with the two guys going down this past week, I just don't think that there's the depth that we need in that room anymore at all. If they thought they had depth, I think it's dwindled.
Yeah, I mean, I have a color-coded roster, by the way. Just a little sneak peek, Sports Chicago style. The crew and I will be taking a look at the 53-man roster and the 16-man practice squad in our opinions. Coach Tripping, Chef Trips, and Trip, himself, the lovable. So yeah, we'll be on the lookout for that. But looking at the running back room, DeAndre Swift, Roschon Johnson, Travis Homer, Ian Wheeler, Kyle Monangai, Britton Brown, Royce Freeman, Deion Hankins. Hankins is on IR. He's done. Royce Freeman just getting into camp, old dude. Brown looked good, but Monangai, he's been in, he's been out. Don't know. Wheeler's coming off an injury, but he looked decent. Homer, we haven't seen. He's a special teams guy, not really a running back, quote unquote. And Roschon Johnson, the aforementioned, will need to beat up on him. So yeah, this running back room is like, I mean, we're keeping like 4, so that's Swift, Wheeler, Monangai, and Brown. I mean, yeah, you could use Robinson or a Kamara or a Whit Walker, because this is like not very reassuring.
What makes it even less reassuring is just the fact that that Britton Brown started this past week over top of Ian Wheeler. Like both him and Hankins were out there before Ian Wheeler. And unfortunately, Wheeler only got in after the injuries occurred, which makes me think that he's probably a little bit further on their depth chart than we know.
Yeah, well, those depth charts are getting all jumbled up now.
And
it's like all of them look good, and maybe that's because they have that skill set that they're all, quick with the feet, good vision, and the scheme is just putting those players in a position to succeed. But scheme can only do so much when you're limited talent-wise, and a lot of the running backs that we've mentioned already have track records in the league, and they're more talented than these unknowns so far. So it's just a very room that really needs addressing. Now, it may be a little late to address it for this season totally. So it may be a free agent thing in the offseason or drafting, next year. But as it stands right now, it's going to have to be addressed before the season starts, I would think.
Any one of y'all can read this virtual karate
chop. I got you, because I was reading this Cornell Bryant chat. So he says, Nomad, think about this. Roschon, Tyler Scott, Karan, and Pickens will all probably be cut next week. Think about that shit. Great scouting, polls. Ouch.
Y'all, either one of y'all, before I go, I can respond to it.
Let's give you the opportunity to respond to this one.
I would say this, man. I keep telling people this all the time, and Poles always gets the credit, whether it's good or bad, for whatever personnel moves are made. But there's no such thing as a GM in a healthy organization making those moves in a vacuum. Any and every one of those moves came after heavy consultation from the coaches, the scouts, and everybody involved. Yes, ultimately the GM gets the credit or not for all of that. And so I say this, man. Somebody in that building when Poles drafted Tyler Scott. Somebody in that building when Poles drafted Zach Pickens. Who else was another guy on there? Who was Zach? Zach Pickens, Tyler Scott, and somebody else.
Amagaji Karan.
Kieran Amagaji, who I still have a lot of
Roshan Johnson.
And Roshan Johnson. People in that building at that time were high on this guy. And ultimately, at the end of the day, Poles has the choice to either pull that lever or not. You know, it's fun. It's fun kicking somebody in the nuts about it. It may not be all his choice. I would just say that. Leave it there.
Yeah, I don't subscribe to the same magazine. I don't. I'll say maybe they all weren't his choice, but only really one man's job is tied to those choices, and that man's name is Ryan Poles. If we're, Matt Eberflus is no longer here, he's gone. About that simple. If those guys were the guys who decided that Tyler Scott should be on the squad, que sera, maybe Ryan Poles is absolved of that particular selection. But one more time, those selections equal his employment. That is what those selections are. It's his responsibility as a GM. Those selections roll up to him at the end of the day. If somebody's to point a finger and go, "Hey, like, why are you here?" The answer is Ryan Poles. It's not Matt Eberflus. He no longer exists.
Yeah, the good, bad, ugly all stops with Ryan Poles. Another name to add on that list would be Dominique Robinson. What?
Let's not do this.
So every Velus Jones Jr. Let's go through every bad pick that Poles had. Okay, cool. Now let's go through every good pick. As long as the good outweighs the bad, cool. Because you look at other GMs around the league, and it's like the Quasi Mena dude up in Minnesota. It's like his last two draft classes are like ain't nobody even on the team no more. Zach Pickens, when he came out, was kind of like, he's got some talent. Has not shown a damn thing. Tyler Scott, he's on the bubble. I think he could make the roster. Mess around, Tyler could make it. But you look at Roshan.
I hope he has a big game. I hope he has a big game against Kansas City, man. I'm Tyler Scott. I'm pulling for you, dog. You look great this past week
because a lot of this
from the kickoff returns. Don't
well, the development. Not all of these guys are day one starters. It's like it takes them a year or a season or two to develop, and so it's not going to be every pick going to be, a Hall of Famer or a starter, immediately or F at all. Some guys are going to, fall by the wayside. But as long as now we're putting together a system to put these players to be developed in the best situation possible with this new coaching regime, let's keep it moving.
So I'm glad you said that because it goes right to their guy here, right? So their guy saying, "Kids, it's so funny that all those players look better under Ben Johnson. Coaching matters, Ked." And I wish I could argue with this, but I just watched a little bit of Unc, Shannon Sharp, and Ocho Cinco's show. And Ocho sort of started it out by saying, "Man, Luther Burden looked good," and I was like, "Yeah, man, now I gotta watch this clip." So I'm watching it, and as they're going back and forth, they're giving some projections for the Bears and stuff, and they're positive projections at the end of the day. But they get into an argument with respect to really what the Detroit Lions are going to look like minus their two coordinators versus what this Chicago Bears team looks like with its new head coach. And the argument all came back down to coaching matters. That's what it means. That's what it is.
I would say, listen, man, I look at draft picks the way people should look at draft picks, and I can't say that every single person is like me. I look at every last one of them as, okay, you look like this when you were in college. Let's see what happens when you get to this next level and the competition is an all-star across from you in every single game. That's what the difference is. You're talking about whether it's Zach Pickens, whether it's Tyler Scott, whether it's Roshan Johnson, whoever else you're talking about, Dominique Robinson, who they played in college and had their best games against. Makes a difference, number one. Number two is their best player that they played against in college is lining up across from them every single game. And that is the difference between a college projection and an NFL who turns out. There's guys that don't turn out. You know what I mean? Some guys aren't able to, really adjust to the speed, the physicality, and the toughness that the next level has. You talking about we talking about the best in the world. And we expect these players to be exactly what we thought they were going to be. And when they don't turn out to be that right away, people get really, really judgmental about it. Not only that, we live in a kind of a rage bait society. We live in a society where everybody wants to, solo out this one little play that somebody had and he looks like shit and try to rage bait and get people that feel that rage and be just go crazy. And it's not necessary to me, because if you see it the way you should see it, you should see either development or no. Do you see development? Either you see it or you don't. That's the right way to look at football in its essence. Do you see development happening? Like Dominique Robinson for particulars. Looking at the all-22 of his play, I'm seeing this guy go from somebody that was trying 4 or 5 different moves every time he had opportunities to go out there. He was trying different shit every time you seen it, to just really leaning into power, going straight to the stiff arm and driving that guy back into the quarterback and being fast and abrupt about it. That's what you see on tape. Stark contrast from the coaching he was getting before. Stark contrast. Now, if you see Dominique Robinson on tape in contrast now versus what he was before, if you looked at it on all 22, you would say, oh shit, hold on a second. Don't be so fast to let this go. Another thing was Zach Pickens on tape. You see a guy that's worried about technique and thinking entirely too much with the previous people. Look at him on tape now, and you be like, hold on. You start to see a little bit of that in Tyler Scott in this last game that he had. You saw some things that's like, okay, if we can get a little bit more of that kind of shit. But in all of those guys' cases, and we haven't seen Roschon so far behind this new offensive line. And so my point is, before we rush to judgment about any single one of these guys, let's see the whole body of work first.
Well, I don't think anybody's rushing to judgment. I think in at least for the players that were quoted, I think we've seen most of them for a couple of years now. Like, we've seen Zach for a couple of years. We've seen Tyler Scott for a couple of years. Tyler Scott, one guy, I'm going to give a bit of a benefit.
Different coaches' kids.
And that's fair. Like I'm saying, I've got my caveats here too. I give Tyler Scott a little bit of benefit of the doubt, because he just flat out, I said it in preseason last season. I was like, he's not getting on the field this year, and he did, right? Like, his role was the Keenan Allen role. He was not going to beat out the Pro Bowler. Like, it just wasn't going to happen. So now he has the opportunity to do some things, but he still has some competition in front of him. We'll see what he can do. But I think a lot of the question marks kind of existed even before we've had the opportunity to watch some of these guys. Like, Zach Pickens is a very specific character. And what I mean by that is they doubled down at the DT position, and we still didn't have an edge. Like, we still don't have an edge. Hopefully we have an edge, and his name might be Austin Booker many moons later. But they doubled down. They got Javon, then they got Zach, and it was why y'all doing that when there's other positions that you could be attacking? One of these two guys has showed up and shown out, and the other one hasn't. So the question mark that everybody had when he was originally drafted was kind of valid, especially if he winds up getting cut on Tuesday.
Well, here's the thing, though. All of the names mentioned had question marks.
This is what I'm trying to say, dog.
Exactly
what I'm trying to. I just gave the Zach Pickens example, but
right. Yeah. All of them had warts.
Yeah.
And it was like, well, obviously, they're in the league now, so they're going to be developed by professionals, and we're get the best out of them. And that didn't happen.
Nope.
And so now, with the brief time that they've had under Johnson and his staff, who we've seen have looked better. Tyler Scott is like, oh, look at you out there making plays, baby boy. Go on with your bad self. And Nomad mentions, like, look at you, Don Rob, getting all strong and shit. Look at you, Zach Pickens, getting your ass off the ball and not thinking. So we're seeing that it's like, oh, shit. All right, some of these guys do have talent, but coaching matters. But the thing is, now it's a numbers game. And, TikTok, y'all, not rookies no more, year 3, going into year 4, maybe. And now you're just trying to make the roster. So, it's totally sucks how, it worked out for them, that they didn't get the best possibility from Jump Street. But it's like, it is what it is. And y'all got Friday to, put something on tape to be remembered enough to, still be here after the Turk comes to visit on Tuesday.
Just to feed the argument with Zach Pickens, I will layer this into the conversation, because it was something I took a mental note about when I heard it, and that was Dennis Allen going to the podium talking about the defensive line. Somebody asked him about the defensive line, and kind of trying to get him to express how much of an impact this defensive line will have on his defense. And as he was describing how the shit works, getting football one-on-one on their ass for the reporters, he also mentioned that he made sure that he highlighted Chris Williams.
Yeah.
And that was noteworthy. And that for Zach Pickens' place on this roster, that probably feeds into, wait a minute, man. This could be either he's really, really trying to get him to really do something over the top to say, you know what, make me stop talking about Chris Williams. Are you a better player than Chris Williams? Because as of right now, I got him above you, and I'm telling the world that. How do you feel about that? That's how I read that.
Did you zero in on Chris Williams by any chance when you were watching all 22?
Yes.
Bro,
I've been talking about Chris Williams all off season.
I'm just saying that Chris Williams had a fantastic game, bro. He looked great.
In the limited snaps that he had. And
he looked great.
And I've been saying this for the longest. Chris Williams is the most athletic of the 3 techs that we have on the team. That includes Grady, that includes Javon, that includes Shamar Turner, that includes Zach Pickens. Every last one of them, Chris Williams is more athletic than them all.
How many defensive linemen do you think we keep?
There's a question.
Good question, man, because every regime is different, man. Like, we got to get one. I think we got to get one audition of this coaching staff for me to make that judgment. As of right now, all I can go off of is what the last team did. They might value the front more than the last.
Well, put it like this: if I think the difference is between 9 and 10, right? Those are probably the options. You got Montez Sweat, Grady Jarrett, Javon Dexter, and Deo. That's 4. We know they're making it. Booker, Billings, Turner, and Hardy. That's 8. Pretty sure they're making it. Chris Williams is 9. So that means the bubble guys are Dom Rob, Zach Pickens, Jonathan Ford, Tano Passanio, Jamry Chrome, and Xavier Carlton.
Somehow Tano is going to get in that rotation.
Well, then that's 10. I mean, so that leaves out Dom Rob, Pickens, Ford.
It's going to be Pickens. I mean, Dom Rob is going to be good somewhere else, because personally, I know Dennis Allen knows exactly what he has in Tano, and he's going to probably go with what I know and versus what I project in talking about Dom Rob. And so he's looking good in camp. He's got some nice tape out there, but I don't think Dom Rob is I don't think he's getting over Tano. I think Dennis Allen knows what he's getting in Tano. He's going to keep that. That's the reason why they went and got him.
Yeah. I I don't know what they do here. And this is one of those times where you're like, this is a good problem to have. You know what I'm saying? You got too much potential on the line. This is great. But I have a strange feeling, as much as I was asking for the opposite to happen a year ago, I think Dominique Robinson makes his team. I really do. I'm seeing great things from Dominique Robinson this season, this preseason. He has tenacity. He's creating pressure. I didn't see any pressure. Like, I'm probably exaggerating a little bit, but I didn't really see much pressure with respect to Dominique Robinson on either edge whenever he got on the field. I've seen a lot of him being stood up, which is terrible. I'm seeing him get pressure, y'all. So, you know what I mean? Like, I think that Dominique Robinson is an athletic freak, and I think that's gonna save his ass this season. Like, I really have to say that. I'm also gonna say I like a little bit of NASCAR with him and Booker together. It looks good, man. It looked great last week.
But you know what looks better? Booker and Hardy.
Hey, like I've been saying it. Hardy going nowhere though. Hardy's staying on this team because of his special teams, and they actually said it. I think DA said it. Somebody said it in one of the pressers this week. But they're like his special teams value. He immediately went to, if you can find another way to make your impression felt, you do it. His special
we haven't seen Don Rob on special teams though, have we?
He's out there. But let me say this,
not
man.
as impactful.
He's out there. You don't notice him flashing nowhere near like Daniel Hardy. Now, that's important that kids brought that up. That's very important.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you right. There's some dudes on this team. There's 3 to 5 guys, maybe 7 guys that we're gonna be like, damn, he couldn't make the team. Then there's other guys on this team like that can bring that value to it. Dom Rob is going to be pretty good, probably somewhere else though. I'm just telling you, man. Tano was the insurance factor when they brought him in, and we're going to get into this conversation right now.
You know who Don Rob's going to be? Travis Gibson.
Travis Gibson.
Oh no, y'all,
Bears legend.
Y'all just so goddamn negative, man.
Wait, why Travis Gibson got to be catching strays? No, man, that was a compliment.
That's you that put him in the fire line. What the fuck you talking
He's
about?
still in the league though. You know, he's still getting paid.
Yeah, really. All right, let's talk about this since we at edge rusher. Let's start with Trey Hendrickson. Now it's open. Everybody's talking about it. It's out there. He's marketable now. He's out there, and they're putting out feelers openly saying that we're trying to move Trey Hendrickson. 31-year-old. Let's go with the ages first, kids, because you want to get that out of the way. Let's get with the ages first. What do you think about that, man? Trey Hendrickson at this point, 31 years old, coming into, you're going to have to sign him. You're going to have to give him some money. What do you think? Go ahead, ageist.
I'm the ageist?
No, I'm giving it to the ageist.
Oh, you're giving it to the ageist. All right, so.
Yeah, thank you. It's like, I would say, you got to give up draft capital for him. The age-wise, he's still got, 2-3 years in the tank, I would say, to play at a high level. Paying him and giving up draft capital is a tough price to pay, on both ends. Now, the draft capital price maybe is going down, but he still wants, $30 million a year. And it's like, yeah, you make that happen. You juggle here, you go on the street, you make some moves. But it's like, hey, I would rather see Booker develop into trainers. Oh, yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Scarface in there. All right.
A little something.
A little Scarface.
Yeah, so let's let Dennis Allen and Coach Jarrett develop Booker into the next Hendrickson.
Man, you hit it. You nailed it, Doc. You nailed it, man. You nailed it. Because that's that's where my head is, and I'm the dude who's been like, where's the edge rusher? Let's get the let's get the burger instead of the sliders. You know what I mean? Like this is what I've been saying, and like somehow out the woodwork, one of them sliders like just got full size. You know what I mean? You got like somebody like snuck a full size burger into your slider order, and his name is Austin Booker. And somehow, like there might even be another one, and his name is Dominique Robinson. He's looking pretty good. So I don't. A little while ago, I was so adamant on they just need to go get a guy, get somebody is proven. Pay the money if you got to pay the money. If you're just never gonna do the draft case scenario, but lo and behold, we might have an edge rusher, y'all. And I'm so for it. Like I'm here for it. I've been hoping that Robinson could turn into that guy. That Austin Booker could turn into that guy. And I think he can. So I'm a little conflicted right now with the idea of throwing capital, a potential player, and then taking on the contract of a big money name like Trey Hendrickson, especially given my man the ageist's stance with respect to the age, right? Like all of these factors come into play, and if by chance we have what you got there, sliders? Yeah, you got the White Castle sliders.
Oh Lord, you about to fucking. Oh, you gonna have a bad night, man.
Oh, that's cool. I got a bidet at the crib, so I'm good.
You don't need the wet. You don't need the wet wipes.
You know what I mean? Let's keep it moving. Let's roll. Let's go. LFG.
That's hilarious. Rough night, man. I've done that before. Hey,
I'm
listen.
just saying, I think Booker is good. I think Booker's going to emerge this season, and if he does, holy snap, y'all, we're in for some shit on that. That defense is going to blow up.
I'm about to turn into the household whisperer I am and tell you guys this. And I'm going to reel it all the way back for everybody so you can look at it the way I think any good front office should look at it. And that is, okay, let's just say Ryan Poles and Ian Cunningham are sitting around with the accountant, Trey Koyazal, whatever his name is, the head scout, and they're deciding, looking at all the opportunities out here. You got Brian Robinson, you got Trey Hendrickson, you got Micah Parsons, who we're about to talk about in just a second. You got these opportunities out here, and there's an accountant in that building that's going to try to keep Brian Poles where he needs to be financially, thinking about the future. It's always that guy in that building. It's kind of like kids on this podcast. He's always going to look at the financial aspect of everything.
Always somebody who can count. Yeah.
Right. Okay. See, here you go again, son of a bitch. Why can't? How come I can't count? Why? Just because I
don't know.
I count fine.
I'm sure you can count.
That's one of the best things I do is count. I know fucking money. Now we'll put that to the side for a whole other conversation. Just because you do that and that's what you do, you don't gotta lay your manhood around like that. Other people know how to count too. Getting to the point. You think about it from this perspective. You got the future you're looking at. And you got right now. What you're looking at on the field. Ryan Poles is out there every single day, looking at this team in camp, looking at their strengths, their weaknesses, their tendencies not to do things. And he's in consultation with those coaches. And so when he sits in a room with Dennis Allen, and he sits in a room with Ben Johnson, and they go over all of these possibilities, it's hard not to think that we are not sure exactly where we are, how competitive we think we're going to be. We think we're going to be pretty competitive, but we don't know. We got a second-year quarterback in an offense for his first time. We got all these new pieces that we're trying to intertwine into the system, both sides of the ball. Now, when you think about it in a nutshell, how smart is it to run out there and make a world-changing decision when you don't know that you have what you need to get you to the playoff system. You don't know if you have a playoff team. That's what I'm trying to get at. We don't know if we have a playoff team. Like, there's two of those guys that we just got through talking about, minus Brian Robinson. You can get Brian Robinson, and that can be nice for the future. Now, Trey Hendrickson, Micah Parsons, that's a long-term freaking marriage, especially Micah Parsons. Wow. You can do a 2-year thing with Trey Hendrickson, give him a lot of money up front, and guarantee him a bunch of bucks, and that can be satisfactory for him. And you'll have him for 2 years, and then that'll be it. Micah Parsons, you're going to have for the long run with all these young guys you have on the roster. So you have to figure all of that out and figure out what's the best move for the Chicago Bears. Again, it's not going to be Ryan Poles in a damn utility closet with a mop bucket by himself making a phone call. It's going to come down to what those coaches think and where they think this team is. Do they think, like, especially Trey Hendrickson, do they think we're a playoff contender? If you think we're a playoff contender that can win one, you make a Trey Hendrickson move. If you think we'll be a playoff team in the next year or two, you make the Micah Parsons move. You make the Brian Robinson move anyway because your running back room is deficient. But those other two guys, two worlds you have to collide. Go ahead.
Did you see what the supposedly the Packers offered for Parsons? 2 first-rounders, a third and a seventh, third and a fifth, I believe. But it was like multiple first-rounders plus. And Jerry Jones and his kid was like, nah. You know, that could be a cap, as the kids say, but that's what I saw.
Well, I hope that's cap for real, because, like, for multiple reasons. Reason number one, we don't want to be up facing Micah Parsons twice a season. So I'm just going to say that out loud. As far as Trey Hendrickson is concerned, signing Trey Hendrickson to a 2-year deal is a massive disservice, especially if we're giving up capital. Then you screwed up. You know what I'm saying? You could probably develop develop players into being what you need them to be over the course of a 4-year term. That makes sense. But 2 years is just too short to get return on investment, given what his contract's going to look like. Micah, on the other hand, is the exception to me having trepidation, because we are talking about a long-term thing. He's only 26. You could probably play. He could probably suit up in a Bears uniform for the next 8 seasons. If that's the case, big money contract long term, you give up the capital that you're likely to have spent on an edge rusher next season anyways. I've been saying this for multiple seasons now, but I got to assume at some point they're going to draft an edge rusher high, and when they do, I have to assume it's going to be next season. Now, they might not if these two young men, Robinson and Booker, step up to the plate, and that's where we are right now. So I don't know this is not going to be a decision like this is not going to be made in a vacuum. And to make matters worse, what if DA's answer to the question, like, do you think we have a pass rush, is maybe? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if that's the answer, then it's like, oh man, like, I have no answer. I don't know if we have one. I don't know if we might have one. Huh?
Can I layer into it a little bit?
Yeah.
And this is something I've been saying, and when the season gets started and you start to see the action and the results, I think people will understand where I'm coming from. When I said, and on a couple of shorts out there on the channel, when I said that don't be surprised if the edge rushers aren't getting the most sacks for the team. In his teams, there's other guys that are getting, like, I think the other guys are going to outpace the edge rushers because of the way the defense is designed. You're going to have guys like Kylin is going to have 2 or 3 sacks. Daquan's going to have a couple of sacks. It's going to be TJ and Tremaine are going to have a couple of sacks. Those guys are going to rack up sacks. The outside corners are going to come on cannon blitzes. That's an outside corner blitz. Those guys are going to generate simulated pressure. I don't say this shit to be just talking, man. The way Dennis Allen's defense is designed, they are going to pressure the quarterback. Wow. How they pressure him ain't, I guess, traditional. You know, when you start talking pressure from the defense, you start thinking about edge rushers. How many sacks do they get? This defense ain't quite that. This ain't quite that. There's going to be other guys that are going to outpace those edge rushers in sacks. I saw one rep when I think it was Tano. I think it was Tano that got a pressure from the outside that forced the quarterback in, and you saw Billings get that big sack.
Well, I think, like to Nomad's point, you're sleeping. Don't sleep on the interior defensive line.
Those guys too.
You know, Billings, Jarrett, Big Dex, Turner, Chris Williams, even the Big Dollar Bill. You know, he's so big. If they leave him one-on-one, he's pushing whoever's blocking him into the quarterback. So they're going to require offensive lines to, you know, take a double look and make sure it's like communication. It's like, who you got? And then when they, you know, do just that stunt that they ran last week where Dollar Bill went to the outside and he took the left guard and the left tackle with him, then Booker came right on the inside, clean sack.
Trip, it's the kind of defense that I would absolutely, if I had to pick the kind of defense, it would be a defense like Dennis Allen. It would be a defense like what Brian Flores does, the defense that they run in Cleveland with I think his last name is Schwartz. These are the kind of defenses that everybody gets to eat. Everybody gets to eat. And so if everybody does their job well and everybody's complimenting each other, everybody's going to get a chance to get that ball and run to that end zone and take a picture in front of the fans. And that's the kind of defense you want to play with. This is going to be that kind of defense. Gone is the days that you need that particular certain pass rusher or two to get you over the top. That guy's going to send them from everywhere. Everybody's going to be chasing that quarterback. You mark my words. You're going to have Jaquan chasing him. You're going to have Kevin Byard chasing him. You're going to have Jalen and Tyreek chasing him. You're going to have the linebackers chasing him. Everybody's going to get in on the fun. And it's all because everybody's playing with a sense of urgency. And it's not incumbent upon those edge rushers to make all those plays. That's not what this defense is designed to do. You can believe me. You know what we do over here on the Nomad Network. Number one, we have fun. Number two, we get into the details like a motherfucker and be damned if that shit don't come to life. You watch once the season starts. You watch and see what I'm telling you. You ain't gonna be talking so much about the edge rushers. It's gonna be everybody else.
Well,
they're setting the table for all that.
This is a mixed bag. So what you described is factual, but there's a reason for it, and the reason is our edge rushers ain't getting no pressure. You know what I'm saying? Like it's probably the flip side to the way that you described, to what you described. If the edge rushers aren't getting pressure, you can have them set the edge as opposed to be dedicated to gaining that pressure and get pressure in the interior, flush out the quarterback potentially to the edge, and you may still get a coverage sack in that scenario. Or you can simulate pressure with the corners and the safeties just as you described. But you would have to do those things much less if you have a viable pass rush at the edge, right? This way, those guys are actually still in coverage and nobody's open in the secondary. It's a mixed bag, and I'm here to watch it either way. I think it's going to work. I think we're going to get a hell of a lot more oomph from Tremaine Edmonds. Like there's certain people that I expect are going to shine this season in the Dennis Allen defense. But at the same time, if you have the edge and you can get the pressure, you don't have to blitz the linebacker or the corner or the safety. You don't have to. But you can also blitz the linebacker, safety, and corner. And now it's like Brian Flores. You know what I'm saying? Like now it's like everybody's coming at you, and what are you gonna do? And that's what I'm hoping we can achieve here under this defense. Again, we need somebody to step up to the plate, and I think his name is Austin Booker.
Hold on for 1 second, Trips. Let me speak to bear with me. He says sending everybody is going to get our asses picked apart.
See, that's what I'm saying.
There will be times like that, no doubt about it. Risk reward. No, hey, you gotta risk it. You gotta risk it if you want the biscuit.
It's gonna happen.
You gotta have it.
It's just a simple fact is the blitz doesn't get to the quarterback, in a fraction of a second. It takes him to just loft the ball out there, and somebody's going to be open. But that also is going to open up more opportunity for defensive turnovers in the backfield out there. So that pressure will be forcing quarterbacks to get rid of the ball faster than they want to. So while the risk is giving up a big play because you're in one-on-one out of position, but the reward is now that pressure is, putting that ball up for grabs.
You're throwing up a duck because of that pressure, and now we've got an interception going in the other direction. So, like I say, it's a mixed bag. But like I think the fact of the matter, regardless, is you still need pressure on the edge. You need to be able to do that. If you can do that, the level of flexibility Dennis Allen has to really dial it up is exponential, right? Like now we're really talking. It don't matter. We're getting pressure in the interior. We're getting pressure from the linebackers. We're getting pressure on again safety blitz, corner blitz. Edge rushers are getting pressure. There's no stopping them from getting to the quarterback. That's the state that we need to get to. And in my opinion, for the longest time, I was saying we're one player away. I think that player might exist on this team.
All right. Let's get to this, man, because I think should be spoken to. Kids. Braxton Jones looks like he's going to walk into this thing with the starter's job at left tackle. And I think one of the things that I know I pointed out was people underestimate how good Braxton Jones is when he's right. And his deficiencies are clear, and everybody by now knows his deficiencies, and that is his bottom, his lower half and how he anchored. I can tell you, looking at what I saw on film, Braxton Jones looked different. I would just say this. I think he's going into the competition right now as the leader, and I think he's going to walk away with it. And I think it's probably the right thing to do at this point in camp with so many question marks about these other guys. You go with what you know. You know what I'm saying? You go for what you know. And what they know is Braxton Jones has done it. He's got skins on the wall. He's played in NFL games and tight pressure situations. This is probably the best thing that they can do as an organization. We'll put that whole thing to the side about what they can and can't get from him if they were to trade him. I think we need Braxton Jones at this point. Do you guys agree or disagree?
I'm gonna phrase it like this. He's definitely the leader in the hen house right now without much competition, to be frank. I love what the Canadian Eagles doing, but I still think he is a far ways away from being the starting left tackle on this team. I'm going to end this little soliloquy like this. If somehow we went through what we went through over the course of this offseason and came back around the bend with Braxton Jones as the leading left tackle of the Chicago Bears, Ryan Poles fucked up twice. Triple R.
Yeah, because we knew what Braxton is, before he got injured. And then he got injured. And so the draft capital was spent on Ozzie, at tackle. And it's like, okay, cool. We're going to solidify that left tackle position. And, Canadian Eagle has been on the roster, but he was hurt. So we go into the camp, and it's like, all right, open competition, which I love about this coaching staff also.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem that I have is that Braxton did not go in, look at Ozzy and look at Theo, slap them both in the face, and be like, y'all sit your asses down. I'm the starting left tackle. It's now we're going into the last preseason game, and he still hasn't been named starter. It's just kind of he's looking that way, but it's not like it's been a slam dunk. Braxton Jones is your starting left tackle. He hasn't looked like that. And going into a contract year, it's good that he won the competition because he has 3-4 years of experience, but it's not so good that the competition was so close. And we all agree that Braxton is a little bit above average left tackle. And just in my personal opinion, that is not damn near good enough. Going forward, we're going to need to upgrade from what Braxton is, because Braxton's ceiling, I don't think is high enough for what we want, to solidify a left tackle position. We know what he is. He's good. He's decent. He may be right now better than Theo, right now better than Ozzy, but that's still a position that is like maybe Theo develops into it or whatever. But yes, there's still a question mark that we thought was addressed, but not so much. So it's just kind of like, oh, for fuck's sake, kind of
Hold
thing.
on. Let me say this before I pass to the kids, and he can thank you to Michael for the donation there. I think what we don't give good consideration to is I was surprised that Braxton Jones was ready for this camp. And I didn't think that his having that surgery on his ankle, that he would be ready for this camp. I thought he was going to miss camp, but he was ready for this camp probably, by most estimates from listening to the reporters, probably a little too early. And he's still early in this camp was pretty much favoring that leg. And we start talking about the competition and how guys were able to get up on him and push him, and he should have took that a long time ago. I think we ought to consider what he's fighting through. You know what I mean? Because he's going through some shit for sure. And we pass that to kids with that being said. I'm proud of Braxton Jones. I think he's a more of a fighter than what we thought he was. I'll just say that, kids. That's yours.
This one's for me. All right. So Michael Horowitz, big ups to you. Thank you for the $9 donation. We appreciate that. Michael Horowitz says, "Ain't no way you letting the Canadian Eagles states." So, I think he means start on Monday night. God, I hope not. Well, as a resident,
I agree with Michael. No, he cannot start Monday night. Hell no.
Okay, as a resident Canadian Bears fan, I'm going to say certain things. First off, my guy Cloud Chaser says right after Michael, why not if he wins the job? And that's where my heart
winning that job, man. I agree.
I don't think he is. I don't think he is winning the job, but I think it's got a lot more to do with. I think it has a lot more to do with just inherent bias than it actually does with play on the field. I don't know about you guys, but the kid looks damn good. I don't see him getting bowled. You know what I mean? I don't see him getting bowled over.
He will get better, kids, but he's not there yet. He's not starting NFL left.
The kid looks damn good.
He's not starting NFL left.
Maybe
if he ends up being the starter, it's a fucking disaster for the Chicago Bears.
We'll have to see
what that looks pretty good, but he's not that good yet.
We will have to see what that is. I'm gonna give Theo Bennett a little bit of additional respect because he wasn't scouted by a U.S. university or a U.S. team. Wasn't scouted at all. Started right beside a guy who was scouted, right? The Giovanni Manu. Giovanni Manu is a starting tackle, I believe, on the right side in Detroit. Detroit picked him up, I believe, in the 3rd round. The guy on the other side of him in BC in British Columbia. Between those two guys, they were their quarterback was clean. I think there was 15 sacks over the course of their tenure in BC, which is like a ridiculous number. Most importantly, though, no U.S. teams were scouting Benedict. Wasn't scouted. Nobody's looking at him. So he shows up as an undrafted free agent, and here he is in Chicago, mainly because of the way he played.
Kids, can I ask you a very important question? And just like I just shot you with a little dose of truth serum. Are you layering it on thick because he's from Canada? A little bit.
I'm just letting you guys know that Canadian.
Yeah, nay. Come on, I just hit you with
listen to me now. Fuck off with the yay or nay shit. You know what I mean? Like, allow me to speak or don't allow me to speak. Anyhow, Canadian athletes.
Yay or nay, motherfucker.
Fuck you. Canadian athletes generally don't get scouted by U.S. teams at all. It's just the way that it is. If you're a Canadian athlete and you make it to the U.S., you usually have to go to JUCO and then make it into to a division school. It's usually how it works. Theo didn't go to JUCO. Theo went to university here and got scouted out from university, which is cool. Unfortunately, he wasn't drafted. Giovanni Manu is from Hawaii. He was scouted by U.S. schools. They offered him stuff, and he decided to go to BC. U.S. schools continue and NFL programs continue to watch Giovanni Manu, which then brought eyes to Theo Benedict. This is how this all kind of works. I'm not sitting there saying he is Darnell Wright. You know what I mean? I'm not saying he's a number one draft pick. I'm just saying that he might be NFL caliber. You just have to develop him and actually give him the opportunity. And we're watching that happen. Maybe he's not your starting tackle right now. Maybe he is next year. Who knows?
Yeah, because just looking at him play, the kid can play. I mean, he can pass block, he can run block. So
the run blocking was a little bit surprising. I didn't see that coming watching the kid, but I'm fucking Canadian. Of course I'm gonna watch the kid. I'm gonna watch the kid. But he looked great in run blocking.
Yeah, he didn't look out of place.
Lead with that, kids. Lead with that shit. You pro-Canadian.
I'm the resident Canadian. That's what I said to start the whole conversation. That's what I said.
Yeah, he doesn't look out of place or overmatched.
Kid looks good, man. Kid looks good out there. I have to say it. I don't expect him to get bowled over because of his size. He does have a lower quarter, which has always been Braxton's questionable case scenario. Braxton's great in the run game. We're watching Theo excel in the run game too. So I think it's just a little I don't expect him to start against the Minnesota Vikings. I'll tell you that right now. But as they continue to develop the kid, I don't know. He looks good. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and then also you got to remember, even if left tackle was the first pick, next year, it's always, do we want a rookie coming in starting at left tackle? And that's not always the best situation.
Yeah.
So it's like, hey, we got the Eagle there. He's already worked in the position. He can, be your swing tackle, while your young top-notch rookie gets up to speed. So, I mean, it's somebody in the chat here, Scroll said it, the fact that we're even discussing him as a potential starter means we have some good depth. Yeah. And it's like, we got the tackles, you got Braxton Jones, you got Wright, and then you got Ozzie and Theo. And then the interior guys are the interior guys. So it's now developing to where this offensive line can have nice rotations and depth in case of injury. But of course, we all want to see the same starting five pretty much all season, as much as possible.
Hold on for 1 second, Trips. Scrolls, I got a good question for you, man. All this love between us, man. We love you. You love us. People getting new memberships for 99 cents. How come you ain't a new member yet, bro?
Oh, damn.
What you doing, man?
You calling you out for $1.
Maniac, you become a member for this channel and help this channel grow.
$1.
99 cents. Scrolls, man, what you doing, man? I'm actually
Put up the sign though, Matt, so he can see it. Maybe he wasn't aware.
No, my stomach hurt right now. Scrolls, come on.
No, put up the sign. He wasn't aware. Put up the sign that says about the membership, so everybody knows.
Put it back up there, man. Anybody from anybody can become a member at this point right now because we added a level to it. You know, we love the Super No Maniacs that pay $5 a month to help the channel out and to get discounts with this. The website is done now. The website is done, and I didn't have enough time to get an order so that I can see the merchandise for myself. But in a few days, I'll have that merchandise, and I'll be able to tell you guys, go in there and get it. And the merchandise is nice. It's some great logos on there. I know you guys are going to like it. And so I had to add a tier to being a No Maniac or Super No Maniac. You can be a No Maniac for 99 cents at this point. Now you can be a No Maniac for $1. And we love the Super No Maniacs. Please keep those memberships. But now it's easy for everybody to become one. We got all the support and people that love what we do. Please go hit that membership button and help us out here. We're asking, man. We need it. I wouldn't go this far as to almost on my knees begging. Please get those memberships. You're going to get discounts on that merchandise. Your No Maniac membership for 99 cents is going to be different than the Super No Maniac membership in percentages of what the discount is. That's just a given. But please, it's only $1. Go ahead and grab a membership and help the channel out, man. I'm telling you guys, you know we do great work over here. You know we're detailed. As much as we have all this jackassery going on around on this channel and clowning around, you know we are good when it comes to detailing this football conversation. I know we're worth $1. I know we're worth $5. Show us some love, man. That's all I'm asking. Grab a membership, please.
Just for all this, I'm gonna have to make a Canadian Eagle T-shirt, man. Just saying, I have to work on that. That's in the works. I'm gonna have to launch.
Are you going to promote it in your jurisdiction?
And in Canada?
Yeah, you should promote it in your area.
Man, there are like 7 Bears fans in Canada.
Tell me how I can connect with those people.
I know 7
Bears fans in Canada. I'll do it. I'll make the goddamn shit.
Well, I'm just saying. I like the kid. He deserves his own T-shirt. That's all I'm saying.
I believe that. Maybe we can do something about that. So
we'll see.
Let's get it. Let's keep it cracking, man, because I have less than good news here.
Uh-oh.
Hold on, let me pull it up. This guy right here, Smitty, is done for the year. He's done for the year.
Damn.
Shout out to Scrolls. He said, I told you, man, I forget the password for this account, so I can't log on to the desktop to sign up. Okay. Okay. I got you, Scrolls. I don't know how to do that, but I'm gonna try to figure it out.
Look, Scrolls.
I don't know how to do that. I'm new to this shit. Maybe Kez can help me out. I don't know. He says I need to get a button added to the mobile sites.
All right, we'll figure it out. There may be another way to do it too, so we'll figure it out.
I will look into it, Scrolls. I promise you, man. I'll try to get an answer for that, man. I know you appreciate us, and we love you too, bro. I know you do.
Respect, Scrolls. We appreciate that $5 donation, regardless.
Sure. Okay, so
yeah,
man, this hurt my soul, man.
Me too.
This hurt my soul. He was having a camp too.
Yeah, I was saying a little while ago about how they doubled down on the DT position. There was a question mark on Zach Pickens. Well, they doubled down on the corner position, and this guy was the question mark. The only question mark in my mind about this guy was just that there's only 2 cornerbacks that can play on the field at a time. You know what I'm saying? Like that was the question mark. This kid's good. Unfortunately, Tariq Stevenson had some challenges last year. Up comes Terrell Smith. He steps up to the plate, and he played swimmingly, quite well. I appreciate this guy, and he truly represents that depth, man. He really represents that depth in the secondary. And my goodness, it's a real unfortunate tale to hear that he's out for the entire season. I saw it happen. We were watching the game, the three of us, and we were all hoping the word tear was not going to be used in the same sentence as Terrell Smith injury, and here we are. It is it's a tear, and off he goes. So, what can you do? All I know is, I don't believe he's in any level of contract case scenario, so he should be fine and likely be back at it with the Chicago Bears this time next season. But it does give us a little bit of a hole and a question mark again with respect to cornerback depth.
Yeah, I saw a post by what's her name? Kirsten Tannis, the numbers lady.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like 80%, healing rate after I think a year and a half, from this particular injury, because I believe he tore his patella tendon. And so it's like, damn, that's a uphill battle. And then, he came in, didn't have mono like his rookie year. So he's always been, not on the field, on and off, but to have him gone, for the entire season, yeah, that hurts because defensive back, that room was like, okay, we got good depth there. We ain't seen Jalen Johnson all preseason. We had Tyreek maybe having a little disciplinary issues from the coaching staff, to control himself. And now, we lose Smitty. And so it's like, damn it. And we see all these plethora of defensive backs coming in. Now it's like that whole secondary, which we considered a strength, is now getting, kind of sus with the available bodies, and especially any sort of veteran bodies back there. Not that Smitty was a veteran, but 3-4 years.
Man, I'm gonna give just a couple quick shout outs to Crooked Commish, Chicago Clubhouse Networks out there in the chat. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to Cloud Chasers. Thanks for chopping it up with us. But yeah, man. Hopefully we have some level of depth there at this point. I'm personally a little bit choked up about this particular guy because I really wanted him to find his way on the field this season and make his impression felt. The other angle, just one second. The other angle to this is just that there's those times where Tariq is a bit of a what's the word? Jerk,
immature.
You know what I mean? Like when he's doing his Chauncey Gardner-Johnson impression out there on the field sometimes. It's great to know that you have a guy like this that you can put on the field. Unfortunately, that's not the case this season.
Real quick, Cloud Chasers Radio, and this just goes to the title of your handle. I really wish one of these days that I would have a channel that can support people that do that kind of work, that goes and actually chases weather and can report on it, because we live in a different time, man. I just had to throw that out there. If I had the means, I would be supportive of any of that kind of content, because I'm freaking excited about that kind of stuff. I'm into that kind of stuff. So just had to put that out there. I don't know if that's what you actually do, but man, I love that kind of content. Just had to throw that out there, man. You guys carry on. Or do I need to switch subjects because we should?
Yeah, you kind of killed the Terrell Smith thing. So let's move forward. Clearly, Nomad has seen the movie Twisters and he enjoyed it.
I love it. I love it. I love what's that movie with where they were on that ship and they were catching crab and they got The Perfect Storm.
Okay.
We're gonna get to some of that stuff here in a minute, but I absolutely, anytime I see that on TV, I can be scrolling through and I see that on TNT, TBS, wherever it is, there's 2 hours of my day gone.
Yeah, that's the one with Marky Mark, right?
Yeah, he's in there. What's the star's name?
Oh, Clooney, George.
Clooney. Yeah.
Can't stand him either. Both
Oh,
of them. I have no love for either one of them cats.
well, they all died at the end, so
I
that's
don't love
Okay,
them.
perfect.
I
And
just like,
maybe I'll watch this movie. Thanks.
spoiler alert.
great movie, dog. That's a great movie. If you watch Deadliest Catch, if you're one of those people like me, I kind of met my girlfriend and she latched onto me because of Deadliest Catch. That was the first thing that we watched together. Was Deadliest Catch. There's a bunch of, if you're unfamiliar, it's on I think it's been on a couple channels by now.
Yeah,
but,
one of those low end cable channels.
Yeah, something, whatever, man. But it's a show about Alaskan fishermen. And these guys actually come, I think, yeah, they do come out of Alaska. Some of them come out of Washington, but they go out, and I'm totally in disagreement with them going out there and fishing all that crap. Total disagreement. But what they do for a living and the job and what it entails is super, super complicated, man, and it's dangerous. But that's a conversation for the next part of the show. I do need to talk about what we have coming up here, and that is we got waiver claims coming on the 26th of August. Waiver claims. Now, I said that early. We're talking about roster cut downs that happens on the 26th. Waiver claims on the 27th. Trips, you will be doing Chef trips on the 27th, right?
I believe so.
I'm looking at my calendar and reading. And
yeah, that's Wednesday, right? Yeah.
Next Wednesday, a week from now, that's the waiver claim period. Roster cut downs will come a day ahead of that. And so, and it's going to get really, really, really busy. And so I'm talking about, let me ask you guys this question. How many players do you think we might try to claim in this period? Start with you, kids. How many guys do you think we might claim? You start thinking about all the positions. How many guys do you think we might claim? I think last year we got 2 guys, maybe 3.
That's almost exactly the number I'm looking at is three max, really. I think we look to find a serviceable cornerback who may have been cut, considering what's now happened to Terrell Smith. I think we look to find a serviceable running back who's been cut under the same pretenses, given our plight with Roschon Johnson, as well as the recent injuries to Deion Hankins. That's my thoughts. Outside of that, if somehow, like, maybe an edge rusher gets cut of note, maybe they might look in that direction too. But I expect 2, a running back and a cornerback at this point.
Sure.
Yeah, I would also add to that list. I'm not really sold on Mr. Carlson, Mr. Smythe, or Mr. Wilson at tight end. And while it's not, a position that we hope that we would really need, as long as Komet and Loveland stay healthy and good to go, but just a little more reinforcement in that room with a little more athleticism, I think would be a good thing. And then, defensive back. Let's just got to troll those waters as well as safety. So, wherever upgrades can be had, let's go.
Dan Brown, shout out to Dan Brown, says we sit at 9 on the waiver wire order. That's important. That's important to know, because let's just say we are in need of a running back and we waited until this period to get him and we didn't make any kind of moves. You're expecting 8 other teams to defer on a quality running back. Let's just say you were looking at a tackle or offensive tackle. Let's just say you're looking at an edge. Let's just say you're looking at a cornerback. You got to wait and depend on 8 other teams to defer on those quality players. There's going to be some quality guys that come off. But now you're sitting 9 at the waiver wire order. You're not in position to sit there and wait on a need. I think 110% there's going to be a move of some kind by the Chicago Bears soon. whatever that deficiency is that they think is on that roster, they're going to move, because you can't sit there and wait on that waiver wire priority to get the player that you need to go into a season. You can't. You got to make a move for somebody. If you feel like you need to, if there's a need, then you need to make a move. If there's a want, you wait.
So what you're saying is, to translate, if Alvin Kamara is basically on the chopping block, we've got 9 guys to wait for, nine teams that we're behind before we could make a play for Alvin Kamara. He may wind up gone. So what do? Potentially, is you trade for an Alvin Kamara if you suspect something like that is going to happen, which means you then part with draft capital. I don't know. It's all fishy to me, and it's unfortunate we're at 9. I wish we were a little bit higher up, because the upside to all this is that not everybody needs a running back right now. That's the upside.
Is
But
that
if
9?
Alvin Kamara, I'm going to have to say, I think everybody could use themselves in Alvin Kamara.
So does this follow the draft order, right?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. So, I don't really think that the teams ahead of us need running backs. Genty went ahead, to the Raiders. Everybody else was pretty, solid with their running back rooms.
Giants.
So it's
there's like the one team, you know what I mean? They
the one team that's there.
Yeah. The Giants.
And so who knows? But it's like the talent level. There will be talent on the street next week. It's just in what position groupings, and are they an upgrade? Wherever, whoever, hey, I like a lot of these guys on the roster, but if we can get somebody better, it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm with we're not in a position to sit around and wait for something we need. We're not. And even though those guys that, like Tripp said, that those guys that got the Ashton Genties of the world and everybody else that drafted for need, you feel like they've got everything, but don't underestimate the petty GM that grabs a guy because they don't want Chicago to have him.
Oh, that was what
that's out there.
Well, no, that's how we got Luther Burden.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happened in the draft.
Yeah,
it's clear and obvious deficit for this team, and
running back.
We just hired a guy who drafted a running back tippy top in the a year or two previous draft. Like it was kind of an obvious thing that the Bears were going to do. So the Patriots definitely specifically they have a running back. Ramondre Stevenson's a great back. They decided to get Travion Henderson just out of spite. Again, he's going to work out. They might want to move away from Ramondre Stevenson. I'll just put that out there too. If he somehow falls off the truck, we should be scooping him up for sure. That's a trade that I would make if the Patriots are willing. That's a trade I would make. Browns are the same thing too. They made a very similar selection.
You know what I think about Travion Henderson? I think he's a great running back. He's fast, explosive. I don't think he's going to last very long because of his physicality and his body type. I look at running backs, and if you really start thinking about it, there's a few outliers. You got your Chris, what's his name, that played for Tennessee. Chris played for Tennessee, probably ended up he's going to be a Hall of Famer if he's not. Number 28 for Tennessee, played for a long time. You got your skinnier leg running backs is what I'm trying to get at. The guys with the smaller lower body, kind of sleek and built, that have really good careers. It's hard to find them. Most of the guys that have really long, you got Marcus Allens of the world. He was a little bit, thin on the lower body side, but running backs that last and have that Hall of Fame, I kick ass. Those dudes have great lower bodies. Think about it. Built like brick shit houses from the waist down. Think about it.
Eric Dickerson.
He was a little bit built, but he's one of those
tall
guys. You can throw him in that category too. With Yeah, you can throw him in that category. So I think that guy is too physical for his body. I think in the long run, that's going to be a good thing that we didn't get that guy.
And Andre Bryant just hit a guy now. So that's the guy I was talking about earlier on.
That's a good point.
All right. I was talking about Antonio Gibson earlier on. So that's the guy that Brian Robinson, when Brian Robinson got shot and disappeared, stepped up. Antonio Gibson stepped up, and he was fantastic. Brian Robinson came back, and they're like, we don't want to give Antonio Gibson a contract. We are really pleased with what Brian Robinson brings to the table. And remember, I was saying that guy wound up with the Patriots. That's where Antonio Gibson is right now. That's a back that if, again, the Patriots decide to move away from one of the running backs in their stable, that's a back the Bears should be looking at as well. Big time, Andre Bryant. Well, thanks for putting the name out there. That's who I was talking about earlier on.
He's a nice piece to have. I would love to. There's several other running backs out there that could be chipped off of a roster, and we can get a chance to get our hands on them. But being at 9, man, you really playing the lottery right now.
Well, like Tripp was just saying, like who needs a running back? So again, I believe they're saying that the Giants have Cam over there, which is fine. I still think the Giants would be that team that might scoop up a running back before us. They're short of Saquon Barkley, so I can see them doing something along these lines.
Do we got divisional guys in our path? Like, there's no divisional guys in that waiver wire priority, is it?
No, Detroit's well beyond us. Packers is like 21. Minnesota is like 11 or 12. They're like a little bit further behind us, but we're ahead of everyone in our division as far as waiver priority is concerned. It's just, do the other teams need a running back? We know the Raiders don't. It's hit or miss. All I can really say is that this the Browns don't, right? The running back depth in this year's past draft was so crazy that most every team got themselves a running back and probably don't need one in a major way. And the same token, they may also be the guys who are cutting some of their backs because they drafted a back this time around.
You know what?
I got a question for y'all. What are the odds you think that one of the current bubble players on this team, like a Don Rob, Pickens, Ford, Passanio, Tyler Scott, are traded before the cut down day?
No chance.
We said that simultaneously.
That's like a first too. I mean, you're in total lockstep agreement.
Ever. That's an absolute first.
Yeah, I don't think this, like, we won 5 games last year. I don't think anybody's really checking for us to throw capital at potential players. I just don't see it.
Now there could be now he didn't mention there's a receiver, like Minnesota's got a receiver.
I was just gonna say that's probably the only case scenario too. We're line of sight again, so maybe Tyler Scott to Minnesota, but like historically, Bears ever trade with Minnesota, even once that you can remember?
Yeah, it's
I've never heard of a Bears Minnesota trade in my life.
I think it's less than likely. That's the best way I can say that. All right. I got a handful of Bears questions to ask you guys, but I think we can hold on to it if you guys want to get some extra sauce to have some fun right about now. Y'all want to? Or we can keep going.
Let's run through one more Bears question, because this has been a real good Bears week. I want to relish it as much as I can before we get to see Kansas.
Right. I think you might like this, man. But it's actually 2 of them I know you would like. But I'm gonna go here because I know people will want to hear about this. I'm gonna make a bold statement, and you guys can refute or agree with me. How about that? I think based on the structure of this offense and how I know Ben Johnson wants to play, the pieces that we have. You're talking about getting that tight end at number 10. That means you have the intention on putting those tight ends on full display. What you've seen on film was intention. You see him come out, you seen Caleb come out and target those guys right away early, right?
Yeah.
I think that Caleb Williams can be king of yak yardage this year, throwing the ball. King in the NFL with the pieces that we have. 2 tight ends that can get on your ass. You got 2 particular slot receivers, 3 if you add DJ Moore into not Romo Doomsday, but Luther Burden. You're talking about Olamide Zaccheaus. You throw DJ in that mix, you got 3 slot receivers that can potentially burn your ass. Then you got freaking Romo Doomsday. I think this offense has the particular chance to make Caleb Williams the yak king of the NFL, throw and catch yardage, period. I think he can lead the league if he buys into what Ben Johnson is cooking. I think he can lead the league in yards after catch, throwing the ball.
Sold.
These weapons.
Is that what we're supposed to say? Or are we buying or selling? Because I'm buying that.
Buying or selling?
I'm buying that because all the names you mentioned are athletes and problems once they get the ball in their hands. And from the little vanilla part that we've seen from this offense, it's not about Caleb holding the ball and looking to throw the ball 40 yards down the field. It's 5 yards, 10 yards, 15 yards, and let the athletes make the play. LB3 is like just juice when he's got the ball in his hands. We know Scott, even mentioned his name. We saw what he did when he got a little short pass and, took it up the sidelines. And so the mesh routes and the little drags and eyes, geez. I mean, these athletes that we have at wide receiver, tight end can all take it to the house at any time.
Bro, I'm conflicted here, but I think I'm buying. It's one of them purchases that you're like, man, like I probably spent too much money on this purchase. I'm just saying, like, if what we saw this past week, and I'm going to zero in on what I mean by that. If what we saw this past week is a reality and it continues on throughout the regular season, what I saw this past week was a quarterback who got the ball out of his hands in 2-ish seconds. If that's what's going on back there, yeah, I'm buying. Because that means the ball's in the hands of somebody who's a skill player. And I believe in DJ Moore. I believe in Luther Burden. I believe in Colson Loveland. I believe in Cole Kmet. I believe in DeAndre Swift as a pass-catching back for damn sure.
Hold on, kids. I think you would like this question. Minister Charles says, how do you give a quarterback a credit for a yak?
Because if you throw a pass 10 yards and they take it 90 yards for a touchdown, it's a 90-yard pass, not a 10-yard pass.
So, and we're going to see this. We're going to see this question, Minister Charles. We're going to see this on Friday because the quarterback that plays in Kansas City, he throws the ball to his running back just to pad stats. And like I don't know how much KC ball you've watched out there, but he does it all the time, strictly so that he gets passing stats. So yeah, QBs are pulling yak numbers all the time, and I don't necessarily need Caleb Williams to be Superman. I think that was part of the problem last year, right? If he doesn't have to be Superman and he can rely on the Justice League, damn it, go Justice League.
But then how do you get 4,000 yards? I mean, there's not like 4 passes you can make 4,000 yards apiece, so you got to break that up. And so if you throw a pass 5 yards and it goes 95 yards for a touchdown, that's 95 yards passing.
I'm kind of on Mr. Charles's side. When I said that, I knew what I was getting into when I said it. And it's hard to give a quarterback question for a guy that catch the ball in the short area and then take it to the house. You know what I mean? That's hard to give the quarterback credit, but I think that's where we are. And I think by the end of the season, if everything works out the way I know Ben Johnson wants it to work out, that will be the case. Caleb threw the ball, dinked and dunked it, and guys, he's got the athletes to make the shit happen. You know, he does have the players to make the shit happen. That's how you get it done. You use the tight ends on the edges to make things open on the interior, and you dump it off to guys and make them scat up the field.
And just to layer in over top of what you're saying, if that becomes the formula for the Chicago Bears, and the question mark is how do you give that quarterback credit for that yak? Defenses aren't stupid. What they're going to do is they're going to start to come in and deal with the dink and dunk, which should then equate to him going deep over the head. Right? So that's if he can master the dink and dunk yak game, it opens up the deep pass.
Yeah, you got to work the shallow end before you go balls deep.
Yeah. That's how she goes, man. That's exactly how she goes. And I'm like, I'm in agreement, Minister Charles. Like I know what you're saying, and I used to ask that question about Patrick Mahomes himself as well, until I just sort of clued in. It's a pass. He's just lofting the ball to his running back. Running back catches it, and he goes on and when I say loft the ball, I'm talking still in the backfield.
Wait, what? Watch me fuck up Minister Charles' head right now. Minister Charles, should the quarterback get credit for throwing a TD pass if the pass isn't into the end zone? Like if the pass is in the field of play and then the receiver takes it into the end zone?
So like a screen pass, for instance.
No, any pass in the field of play that is not into the end zone.
I see what you're saying. So that
I mean, it does
have to catch in that scenario.
Right. So you catch it if a receiver catches it any place in the field of play and runs it into the end zone, should the quarterback get the stat for throwing a touchdown pass?
Yeah, it's a catch-22. Any way you look at it, stats are made how stats are made. Credit is given what credit is given, and I knew that would be a trick bag conversation, and it turned out to be, because this is where we are. And look, man, Caleb Williams won't. If this how the season ends up, if he ends up being checked down, Charlie, and dumping it off to guys and guys running for, he ain't gonna get the credit, and he probably shouldn't get it because it's just the way the offense is designed.
Time out.
Flag on the play.
Flag on the play. Chicago. Chicago, y'all want a 4,000-yard passer or what?
How you gonna get it?
I don't give a shit. Oh, you're gonna discount it when it happens? Oh, well, he didn't do it this way. Get yourself a 4,000-yard passer first, and then we will discuss how it went down. We'll
talk about it after the fact.
We'll talk about it after the 4,000 yards happen. Let's not discount it right now. Let the kid get the 4,000 yards. Then we can take a sigh of relief because there's never been one. You know what I'm saying? What it do, Bishop? What's popping, man? I had to put this shit on timeout because good Lord. Yeah, right, man.
I got one more, and I'll leave the Bears conversation alone. And this is gonna go into whether you've been watching hard or not. Does this Bears defense, and we've seen it minus Jalen Johnson and minus Kyler Gordon this preseason. From what you've seen, does this defense have the potential of being a top 5 defense, yay or nay? Easy. And we'll come back around to you. Yay or nay?
Sold.
Yay or nay? And I'll come right back to you.
I'm buying this one too. Yeah.
Say you, Trips.
Yeah, sold. Yeah,
I'm buying the shit out of that. We'll start with you, Kez. Why do you think that's so?
Wow. Here's the crux of the issue. Matthew Eberflus I think he may have been a lot worse than any one of us gave him credit for being. I'm being so real about this trip. Like I think it might have been. I think he might have misused this entire defense, even though we were like, yo, you know what? He ain't so bad. He's all right. He's a pretty good defensive coordinator. But wait a minute. Maybe Dennis Allen is that much better and gets that much more out of his players. And that's why I'm buying this. Because real talk, I don't think that hokey motherfucker knew what the hell he was doing.
Yeah, heard. I mean, and
just
those looks on Ryan Pohl's face in the press box, you know, when Flus was shitting the bed and they would zoom in on Poles and he looked like, I want to choke this motherfucker so bad right now.
Mm-hmm.
And he just had that look on his face, the dead eyes. And it's like Flus brought that out of everybody. And so, you know, now with Dennis Allen, was somebody who, you know, was able to get a head coaching position based on his defensive coordinator prowess. Now, he wasn't good as a head coach, but now he's back good at what he's doing. And the aggressiveness, the confusion, the athleticism, and the football smarts that these players have, and, you know, wanting to be good, wanting to be great. You got the veterans, you got the youth. Now the issue becomes the depth in the secondary because of the injuries, but the way that this defense is built and the attitude that they have, you know, they should be able to stop the run. They should be able to pressure the quarterback with just the front four without the, you know, the rainbow coneness of the blitzes and the different schemes and such. But with those in there, yeah, they should be able to get turnovers and, you know, defensive scoring, or at least, you know, put in the offense in a good position to succeed. So to play that complementary football. So I don't see any reason, health excluded, why they shouldn't be a top 5.
No.
Yeah, man. Listen, man. I was always looking for a couple things. All I know is what I saw on paper. I saw the acquisitions. I'm talking about the guys that got in free agency, talking about, you know, even the minor guys, you know, you're talking about down to the Sean Wades of the world that's on IR, talking about the Nashawn Wrights of the world that's surging on this roster in this training camp, making gains, man. He's making a name for himself. You know, stuff like that, you know, I paid attention to, we paid attention to on the channel. I wanted to see, with this, given this new coordinator, new scheme, if it translated from paper to the field. And we finally got a chance to see that the last couple of games. We got a chance to see Noah Sewell fit into what this guy was doing, which we hoped was going to happen, and it did. He fits into what they're doing. All the great pieces that we have, we talking about. Montez Sweat's had a great camp quietly, a really great camp. He hasn't had a chance to put it on display in preseason as of yet, and he probably won't. That's going to come regular season time. Kyler Gordon, we know what Kyler Gordon brings to the table with or without Dennis Allen's defense, but you put that guy's defense and you twist him and thread him and braid him into the scope of what they try to do, it all made sense. Looking at it on paper.
Brought up Kyler Gordon.
Go ahead.
Because I was just thinking, you know, we were just talking about Terrell Smith and the depth at cornerback. I think what's going to wind up happening is Kyler's probably going to take more potential snaps on the outside too. What do you think of that as a prospect?
Say that one more time, because I want to make sure.
Yeah. I mean, the kid's probably the best nickel in the game. Nickel ain't on the field all the time. Sometimes you may need to have some levels of depth at the. I'm hearing the cicadas over by you right now. Crazy. That's crazy.
That ain't me this time.
Oh no, what is it?
It definitely ain't me.
It's not me.
I never have.
That's a cricket in somebody's house.
Or maybe it's a cricket in my crib. That's crazy.
It sounds like you.
Anyways, but yeah, Canadian cricket.
Well, so you saying that? What do I think about his chances of?
I'm thinking Kyler might get some reps on the edges at corner.
I think.
No, I don't see that.
I think the more Dennis Allen sees Kyler Gordon, and it goes back to the conversation we was just having last week, kids, about how intense Kyler Gordon plays football. It's almost like if you want to keep that guy for the remainder of the season, you got to find ways to get him off the field, or he's very intense, man. It's like he's a very physical football player, and he'll crash out. It's like I agree that he probably should be on the field as much as possible, but at the same time, you got to look at it from a real perspective. Like that guy is 110% at all times. How long is that going to last in a 17-week season?
Very true.
And then also the importance of the nickelback position, as well as his ability to blitz, fill and run support coverage. I mean, sure, he may be out on the edge at corner because of a matchup or because of a defensive call, but I don't see him out there, running regular reps, against outside wide receivers. That's just, I mean, he can do it, and he did it in college, but that's just not really his forte in the league right now. He's being developed to more of a, interior back, nickel back, and such.
Well, Eberflus had him doing double duty the year before Tariq was drafted, and then he got the opportunity to focus solely on nickel, and they dedicated Tariq to the other side. So I mean, he's got NFL reps on the at the corner position.
Yeah, he can do it. Yeah. But I think he's just better at.
I agree. I agree. I'm just thinking from a depth perspective. Maybe you don't need to go and get another corner. You might be able to lean on Kyler in those scenarios.
Well, but then if you did that, now you're looking at the nickel being, fully on Josh Blackwell, which is cool. He's a baller, a special teams demon as well, but he does get nicked up a bit, and now you're down to Nick McLeod. And so I would just prefer to keep Kyler in that, in that nickel room, and then work on outside corners separately.
I think what's going to happen is as the season progresses, and we're going to find out a whole bunch about our team and how good we actually are, given the strength of the schedule. Strength of the schedule is going to dictate a whole lot about who we are. And, if we surpass what we like, those first two games in particular, they do have J.J. McCarthy, playing the quarterback, but that defense can give Caleb a lot of hell, and we could struggle. And going into the next game against the Lions, that's the Detroit Lions, the Super Bowl contender. We're going to find out a lot about this team. And moving past those two games, let's say we had this conversation about Kyler Gordon in a few weeks from now. How much to play him, how much to keep him off the field, how much to save him. Let's just say we got a couple of wins in those first couple of games. You want to be careful on the usage right about now. You got Josh Blackwell who can play his ass off. You got Elijah Hicks that can play safety. You got Kevin Byard. You got Jaquan Brisker. You don't want to press the issue. You want to save that novelty in Kyler Gordon that you have. He is a novelty. He's just a special football player. You don't want to push that and just force that on people early. We don't even know what you have. Now, if we come out of those two games winners, and we need to start thinking about what's going to happen the rest of these games, I'm not playing them more. I'm playing them less.
Speaking of playing less, I'm looking forward to the time to where the Bears have enough of a lead that, all the starters can put their feet up in the fourth quarter. You know what I mean? Go and put some ice towels on, and just chill and support the young guys getting their reps on. Because the game is that out of reach.
That shit too, Trips. That shit too. You got all that. I know he can play any of those roles, but that guy is, you can't keep, that guy is he's 110 miles per hour at all times. That's a there's an expiration date on that. Just to be honest with you, in pro football.
Well, I love it, and if the need be, might be able to lean on him in a pinch, elevate Blackwell, just as you're saying. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Super No Maniac there, guy, is saying that Za Frazier is back. Potentially, we could hopefully get a closer look at him this weekend, see if he's any good. Maybe. Say, Frank.
Yeah, Zay. I mean, he's a kid that he's too high of a pick to risk for the practice squad. So you hope that he shows something, Friday. Granted, he hasn't been at camp, personal things, so he's not as up to speed as he could have been, would have been, should have been. But if he has flashes, let's say, and it's like, okay, yeah, that's why Coach Al Harris, put that bug in Ryan Poles' ear to draft him. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing what he got, especially with Smitty going down, because whereas, Zay would not have been, like on the back end of the depth chart, that depth chart is, moving up as we speak. So it's good to see that he is at least somewhat getting, acclimated.
All right.
Perfect.
You know what? We've had great conversation about the Bears, and this has been fun. No Maniacs, Super No Maniacs. Remember, all it costs is 99 cents to hit the join button and become a member now. Everybody can afford $1. Even the winos can afford $1. Help us out.
$1.
Hit the join button. Hit the join button. It's 99 cents for now, man. Hopefully we can keep it there for a while, but we're just trying to get you guys some discounts for this merchandise that's going to come out on this website really, really soon. Really, really soon. So we're just trying to help you guys get a discount on it. The Super No Maniacs are definitely going to get a discount. Keep your memberships, please. But we got to get to some extra sauce, man. And I'm so tired of hearing this conversation because it's ridiculous to me, but everybody's having it, kids, trips. And we haven't weighed into this conversation, I don't think, per se. I don't think we've gotten into this conversation at all, to be honest with you. Let me shift the screen up so I can do this. Who is the GOAT? Who is the GOAT?
We had this conversation.
Not really, man. Michael Jordan, and we're talking about
This
LeBron.
isn't a conversation. You know who the GOAT is, man.
Well, let's give you takes on it, man, because I'm getting sick and tired of people who were born in a certain era and don't know the greatness, but are in that I'm in right now moment, and this is what I've seen, and this is what I know. He's the greatest player to ever play basketball, LeBron James. And I got to get it out here. I know it's irritating, but we got to talk about it, man. It's people who are really not knowledgeable about this game that haven't. I mean, you don't even have to be born, and you don't have to be a certain age to go back and look at YouTube and see. Like, I watch series, guys. I watch series. I watch classic boxing. I'm talking about way back to Jack Johnson, the first black heavyweight champion. I'm talking about Sugar Ray Robinson. Same thing with basketball, football. I watch classic sports to see exactly who was who and what was what, so that right now I can know what the fuck I'm talking about. And I'll just leave it there. Kids, what do you say about this? And tell me your case, man.
There's only, like, first of all, you're from Illinois. Like, how are you gonna possibly say it's the other guy? That's terrible.
If I thought it was somewhere around, I'd give LeBron his flowers if I thought it was different.
All right. Look, one of these two guys changed the game as we know it, and that's all I have to say about it. I think those of us who were of that era saw it, witnessed it, and know what it's about. Anything else is just speculation. One guy changed the sport. People started playing the sport differently because of him. He has clones. It's that guy. It's Jordan without question. Anybody who played with him will tell you the same.
Right. And it's like, you had to see it generationally, era-wise. But let me ask you this. Who's wearing whose number?
Say that again.
Who's wearing whose number?
Very true, isn't it?
Oh well, I mean, come on.
I mean, who everybody knows Jordan 23, Jordan was 23. Now LeBron is the GOAT, but he's wearing somebody else's number. Get your own number. You know what I mean? Make your team better. You know, don't have to be the third man. Step up, be number one. You know, step up and win championships and take responsibility and stop saying, well, I need help here. Oh, I need more help here. It's like, stop it. Stop it.
It's it's the people. It's like right now, man. It's the people who know the least. It's kind of like evil, man. It's like evil now is connected. Evil is now connected, and that is through social media. If without social media, evil is not connected. It's separated. It's isolated, and it is on its own island, and it's fucking crazy on its own, isolated. With social media, now they have company. You know what I'm saying? Now these yahoos that don't really know what the fuck they talk about get a lot of attention just because evil has company now. And I'm not trying to be facetious about this thing. This is a ridiculous conversation, man.
Mm-hmm.
It really is.
Like Scrolls is saying, this is like asking who's sexier, Beyonce or Big Shirley from What's Happening Now? And the obvious answer is Big Shirley. Shit. Mm-hmm. All in fat rolls, all in stretch marks.
This is like if you know basketball. I know basketball like I know football, but that's a whole other conversation for another time. This is like LeBron James is just a big individual who's been given. I do appreciate LeBron James. He's talented. He's huge. He's 6'9", and he can go to the hole, and anybody that touches him is going to bounce off of him. He has nothing to his game really. He's just now developed a consistent jump shot over the last probably 5 years, maybe less than that. Just now his jump shot is starting to get consistent. Player for player, skill for skill, there is really no comparison. And you're just not being objective if you see it any other way, man. This just.
And then also, how many times, watching the actual games, did you see Jordan disappear in a game? Never. Looking at LeBron, it's like, is that dude even playing? I was like, oh yeah, there he is. I mean, you got many times like that. I mean, it's just you. Sure, he's talented, he's physical, he's big, he's a good player, but the greatest of all time. And it's like, there are people sitting at home right now talking about these youngins, never saw Wilt Chamberlain. These youngins don't know nothing about Larry Bird or Magic Johnson. They could give Jordan a run for their money, greatest of all time conversation. But LeBron wouldn't even be in none of those discussions. So it's like it's something that the youths want to pub up because that's their generational guy. A lot of these kids grew up watching LeBron, so it's like, yeah, he's their guy. They didn't see Jordan like we did.
Man, I'm talking about the series I've seen this guy play. I'm talking about the East Coast. It's like how people kind of describe the NFC North right now. It's like the Thunderdome. It's like you gotta go through some shit around here. It's like the East. I mean, you're talking about New York. You're talking about Cleveland. Who else am I forgetting? The Hawks were tough. There's other teams.
You're talking back in the day?
Yeah, Detroit.
Oh,
you're talking about the murderous row of fucking teams that you got to get through, and they played a different brand of basketball back then.
Yeah, they played
deep. Bust your fucking face open right then. They will bust your fucking face open for going to the hole.
Well, hell, even Scrolls is saying he's in Cali, and they don't even put LeBron over Kobe.
He ain't, because it's the truth. He ain't nowhere near as good as Kobe. Nowhere in the stratosphere as Kobe. LeBron knows that deep down when he lays down by himself in that multi-million-dollar place that he lives in with billionaire status probably. He knows damn well he ain't in that stratosphere, but he would love to fuel this conversation to get him there because social media rules right now. I'm telling you, evil is connected now. And that's why we're in trouble. It's because evil motherfuckers got a goddamn platform.
Because Bishop is saying all the LeBron Glazers are like, they grew up watching LeBron while wearing Jordans and singing, I Believe I Can Fly.
You know what?
Wow. I believe I can
Let me just put it in
fly.
this perspective. Can you even tell me what all these fucking trophies are?
Is that MVPs and championships and defensive players of the year and all-star MVPs and yeah, you know what I mean? All that shit.
There's gold medals down there.
Gold medals.
Look at that. And when you look at it from this perspective, who he was playing against, the rules of the game at that time, there are so many different layers and ways that this guy separated himself from everybody. This ain't no Chicago shit, kids. This ain't about Chicago whatsoever. I'm talking about accomplishment for accomplishment. Who had to deal with what? And how do you get all of these accolades?
Well, let me ask you this now, Matt. Jordan, his biggest contract was like a few $1 million. But now, he's parlayed into a billionaire. Whereas LeBron, there's like, well, I need $50 million. Yeah. Fuck the salary cap and the rest of my team. Y'all figure that shit out. Fuck you, pay me. And so the factor of the salary cap, it strikes me that Jordan, would get his money, but he's gonna be like, yeah, let me take this much and bring in these guys because we want to win. And the money will come after we win.
Man. So on the left, I think you got championships on the left. You got 6 of those. On the right, I think those are finals MVPs, right? In the middle, that guy looked like, I think that's a defensive MVP right there. I think around him are his scoring titles. You guys can correct me if I get something wrong. To his left, those 3 circular trophies, I think those are MVPs from All-Star games or something. Those 2 trophies next to him to his hips, I don't know what those are.
What is that, the Heisman?
It looks like one. And behind him, I don't know what that shit is. I don't know what these crystal balls are. I don't know what several of these trophies are. But you talking about accomplishments? There is no, man, dude. I'm gonna just leave this conversation alone, man, because Kez has gotten quiet. I don't know why.
The reason why is because there's clearly a cricket in here and it's driving me absolutely up the wall. I'm just being like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'll just be completely straight up about it. So I went off on a quick little cricket killing mission. We'll see if it worked out. I think the cricket has outsmarted me. I feel like Elmer Fudd right now. Anyways, as far as that conversation is concerned, in my opinion, like I had that conversation about 1 billion times with my son. There's no questions here. You know what I mean? There's no questions here. Michael Jordan's the guy. He changed the sport. Like it's
look
funny.
Look at what Samos has said, kids. Read that off.
Jordan has never lost a championship series. NCAA 1-0, Olympics 2-0, FIBA 2-0. And NBA 6-0. Yeah, okay. Yeah, fair enough. It took him a while to get to the finals, but when he got there, it was lights out.
Yeah. It was his world.
Well, again, like I've been saying, he changed the world. It's funny to me. I give Steph Curry a little bit more oomph in my personal rankings than I do LeBron James, because in my opinion, Steph Curry also changed the game.
Shoot from as far away as you can.
Shoot from God knows where, and have handles. And that's like I've played I used to be a basketball head. You know what I mean? That back in the day. I've played guys who have handles like that and can shoot like that, and it's not fun. You know what I mean? Like it's not a fun thing, but it's few and far between. 99% of people don't have them kind of handles and can't shoot like that. It is just unheard of. But when you can do both of those things, oh boy, you need to guard the hell out of that guy. You need to be in his pocket. You know what I mean? But
before he crosses half court, pick him up.
Oh,
Kid, how many years removed, kids, is Reggie Miller and Michael Jordan from basketball? Just about 20. No,
this motherfucker's still alive. I'm sorry. So they're not that far. They're not that far.
He's saying, "Fuck you."
That's what he's saying right now, man.
We talking about at least about 20 years by now, right?
No.
Oh well.
Yeah, that was in the 90s, wasn't it? Late 90s, mid 90s.
Yeah. So we're talking about
now.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I was watching. There's a clip out there for Reggie Miller, and he's on somebody's podcast. I think it might be All the Smoke with I can't forget his name, but yeah, All the Smoke is the podcast with Matt Barnes and other dude. Anyway, they was asking him Michael Jordan questions, and I was watching this cat and reading his responses, and he was so frustrated, even these years later, decades later, of how impossible Michael Jordan was to guard, how impossible he was to deal with when it came to money time.
Yeah,
there was books written about him, money time. You know what I mean?
You did not want to see his shiny, glistening black ass coming down at you, and then look at you and palm the ball out, and then stick his tongue out, because then it was like, oh shit, I'm about to be on a poster. He had the handles. He could, he was, when he would drive hard to the basket and then stop and do the fade away, there was no defense for that. You know what I mean? He was just, what do you do? Because he could overpower you. He could shoot over you. He could go around you. He could make you look silly with the handles. I mean, there was no weakness in his game.
It was watching Reggie Miller in that podcast. They called him in a rare moment where he just couldn't do. And it was Vernon Maxwell. Mad Max was sitting in the background. It's like, hey, motherfucker, tell her how it is. Vernon Maxwell talks like me. Hey, motherfucker, don't be bullshitting, tell it how it is. And Reggie, that's when Reggie really got into it. He's just like, I've tried. I studied every fucking player that I had to play against, and I can always get me a tail. He said, with this motherfucker, there was nothing. Man, there was nothing I could do. Do you know how? Imagine having to deal with somebody like that, and you on the pedestal in the same space as Michael Jordan, and it's your job to keep this guy from just absolutely deconstructing you.
Well, but then that was also part of it, because I remember Reggie Miller, if he's trying to guard Jordan on the defensive end, that's taking away his offensive end energy. And so his shots are going to come up short. You know what I mean? Because he's not just Reggie Miller, but all of the opponents who had to guard Jordan spent that much more energy on the defensive end that took away from their offensive energy. So, I mean, just those little factors within the game, that's how he made guys look so bad on both ends of the court.
Man, it's absolutely. I can go on and on about this, man, but I gotta.
I'm not from Chicago, right? I'm not a Bulls fan. I grew up straight up as a Laker fan. I mean, I grew up as a Magic Johnson, Showtime Laker fan. That was me for the longest time. And you watch this man play the sport, and I don't care who you are. At some point, you had to stop and be like, this guy's doing things I couldn't even really imagine. My boy kind of stopped in midair on multiple occasions. Just stop And you're like, how did he
hang?
How did
gravity does not exist for Michael Air Jordan? How is he just hanging there?
No gravity. Who cares? He's gonna do ball's going in though. You know what I mean? Regardless as to what's happening, ball's going in and you know what? I'm just gonna start shooting 3-pointers today.
Hey, you know what, kids? For the last couple,
I'm gonna grow defensive talent. I'm an all offensive guy, putting up 45, 60 points, but like I'm gonna be just out of the woodwork, be defensive player of the year. Cause like fuck Clyde Drexler, you know what I mean?
Round mound and rebound.
You know what I'm saying?
Reggie Miller, fuck Dominique.
Kids just got through talking about the Lakers. I remember going as a sophomore in high school. I went up to Northern Iowa. It's a school called Northern Iowa. My coach, our basketball coach, took us up there. I went to a basketball camp up there. We was up there for a week, and a couple of NBA players came through there. I don't remember all of them, but I remember one, and he was a Lakers player. And he came through there, and he had T-shirts he was giving out. And we came a little bit after. We didn't catch that part of the camp. And we came afterwards, and we got the scrimmaging and shit. And I knew what had happened before we got there. But this is why the Lakers are in my head. So after the scrimmage, all those dudes that had those Lakers signed shirts and shit, I was eyeballing them motherfuckers sitting back there on the chairs and shit. It was chairs way, way back against the wall, and all of them had their Lakers signed shirts on. And there was a picture of Magic and all that fast break Laker team, and that dude had signed it. So it must have been somebody from that era. Can't remember who it was. And one of the dudes on the team, I ain't gonna lie to you, I bet
it's James Worthy, but continue on, because James and Jordan used to play together in Carolina.
This is Northern Iowa, bro. This is Northern Iowa. And anyway, I was eyeballing the shit, and he must have saw me. And this must have been like the senior on the team at that time. He saw me eyeballing, and he was just like, bro, I'll just give it to you. He just said, I'll just give it to you. Because I was looking at that motherfucker the whole time. I said, I'm getting up out this motherfucker with one of them. And that motherfucker fit me right there. One of them guys came off the sidelines. He said, hey, little bro, I'll just give it to you.
I know, man, looking like, what size you wear, homie?
I'm sizing the motherfuckers up. I'm getting one of them shirts, bro.
Oh, word? Why you keeping my shirt warm for me? Thank you.
Dick Vitale had been there. There's a few motherfuckers there. He had been there. He just left before I got there too. So it was a lot of people at that time when you're a young, impressionable kid that you want to play. That Dickie Vitale was everything, man.
Yes.
Yo, I met his brother.
Serendipity, baby.
Frank Vitale. Same exact voice. He's a recruiter. Awesome guy.
Look at
Karl Malone and John Stockton still mad at Jordan.
Man. All right. Let's get to another question. This is a little bit more fun. We're gonna finish it up with this couple of questions. Kids, trips, you gotta think about this. And kids, don't give me no long ass diatribe, man. Your favorite quick skillet meal for the foodies out there. Your favorite quick skillet meal. I'm gonna get in there, get it done, and I'm eating. Favorite quick skillet meal. If it's rice, bean, whatever it is, give me something.
I'm terrible for quick meals. I take forever. My wife hates me because of it, but it would be a stir fry.
You see what I mean, Trips? He just can't give a straight answer.
My straight answer would be a stir fry. It'll take me a half hour though. It ain't quick.
If I had to do shit, grilled cheese Sammy's.
Skillet meal. Not a
with onions and maybe some like sliced hot dogs or bologna, and then a couple pickles and a couple olives. I'm good.
So what I was trying to get at,
as opposed to like a dinner like meal.
So what I was trying to get at is, you and your girl, you just get home. Ain't nobody. It's something you gotta get, and everybody's hungry. Like my favorite thing to eat like that is definitely stroganoff. Quick skillet, get it done real quick. Like I don't buy home hamburger helper anymore. I used to do that shit when I was a younger man. I definitely kept like 400 boxes of that shit in my fucking cabinet. Now I make hamburger. I mean, I almost said hamburger helper. I make stroganoff homemade, bro. And I can do it really, really fast. All I need is beef, and I'll take care of the rest. I got stuff to make roux. You know what I mean? And that's the key, isn't it, Trip? Getting that roux going.
Yeah, that gives you a nice thickness to it, and it detracts from some of the heavy cream.
See how Scroll just quickly steak and white
onions.
Everybody's got that quick skillet meal, man. My favorite is definitely stroganoff. My girlfriend will tell you if it's not stroganoff, if you're going to make something quick, she'll just say, "Can you make hamburger steaks?" Like Trips just did a few weeks ago.
Mm-hmm. Or don't sleep on the sliced potatoes, onions fried up, and then throw in some sliced Italian sausage or some Polish sausage, and so it can all get like charred up together, and throw in some garlic. Yeah,
that's number 2. Potatoes and sausage, man. That is definitely number 2, kids. I don't know if y'all got that culture going on.
Fried potatoes and onions and sausage in the skillet.
No, not really. Wait now for breakfast. Oh, okay, yeah, we will do it for breakfast.
Oh yeah, that's a breakfast dish too. But I mean, breakfast for dinner, dinner for breakfast. Who gives a fuck?
Sausage and potatoes, I can do that for breakfast.
Yeah,
I can do that for breakfast. I haven't done it, but I can do that.
Yeah, omelet with some potatoes and sausage on the side. Yeah.
Do that. Damn, kids. That's just like having hash browns, but you throw a little extra in it.
You got it. Just a little bit, a little bit more love in your hash browns.
Never thought about doing that, but I will do it. Damn, kids, thanks, man.
I do what I can for the people.
You son of a. I like that. Look at.
But that cricket gonna keep his ass up all night tonight.
Oh no, it ain't like I sleep down here, man. I'm going up to bed. You can fuck right off. He's killing me, man. He's killing me.
All right.
No idea. I got Raid down here. I was spraying his ass. He's just like, you know what I mean?
Elbows up, cricket. Elbows up.
I got another quick one. We're gonna get this done, man. Give me your one favorite cereal. Just give me this one as a child, and then you can.
Frankenberry.
Favorite cereal as a child, kids.
Straight up, just Frosted Flakes, man.
Okay.
I love Frosted Flakes.
We'll come back and let you rank them. Kids, Trips, what about you?
Frankenberry.
I would have to go honeycomb. Honeycomb for me.
I hate that cereal.
Something wrong with you there.
Well, no, bro, it's because it used to like you rip up your fucking mouth, bro.
That's because you on YouTube fucking impatient. Let him sit there for a minute.
You gotta
greedy motherfucker.
You want to sit there and wait till it gets soggy?
No, you just gotta give him a second, man. You gotta dump them things for a minute.
What if you got soggy honeycomb?
It's a big piece of cereal. You gotta let them sit there and gather some of that milk, man. You eating them too fast.
Man, there's nothing like that strawberry milk from the Frankenberry or Count Chocula or Boo Berry, but that's obviously Halloween cereals. But my non-Halloween cereal,
just rank them before we get
Frosted
Flakes.
Your basic Frosted Flakes.
That's number 1.
Yeah, because everything else, like the Captain Crunch, will tear the shit out the roof of your mouth. The Cinnamon Toast Crunch gets so soggy so fast. The Sugar Smacks is just sugar. So yeah, Fruity Pebbles is okay as long as you catch them while they're still crispy.
I'll take
Cocoa Pebbles.
Though. Fruit Loops is way better in my opinion. But
all right, I'm gonna tee them up for y'all. I'm going honeycomb number 1, and I'll tell you why. Hey man, honeycomb was somewhere in the middle between 2 and 3, maybe lower, until I fucked around. They had a specialty offer on strawberry honeycombs one time at Kroger, and I fucked around and found out, bro. That fucking strawberry honeycomb with that milk afterwards. This is before I found out I was lactose intolerant. Oh my God.
He was like, what am I
changed my life. Changed my life. Some people are more prone to some people are more, I guess you partial to like chocolate stuff and chocolate cereal. Me, it's strawberry. Strawberry anything. I'm a strawberry.
Okay, while you're bullshitting, I still will mess around and get a box of the peanut butter. Reese's peanut butter.
Oh, so you that
Peanut butter cereal? Yeah, the peanut butter cereal.
Oh, okay, yeah. My wife loves that shit. She loves that.
You and my girlfriend would get along well, man. She's a peanut butter gal. Okay, I'm gonna rank them. I'm gonna go honeycombs, and I'm gonna go corn pops. I'm gonna go
with the corn pops. Oh, okay.
I'm talking about not corn, just pops. What is it? Corn pops?
Yeah, corn pops.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
Okay, honeycomb corn pops, and I gotta go probably frosted flakes, and then I gotta go. Then it started to get murky because I do like the smacks, the Diggum smacks, or whatever you call it.
Yeah.
I do like Golden Grahams.
Snap, crackle, and pop. Yeah, nah, fuck.
All the Apple Jacks, all the
A is for Apple, J is for Jacks.
Okay, so like in Canada, like for a time, most of those cereals that you've listed existed, but in different times, some of them went like kind of disappeared. Apple Jacks is one that I probably should have listed way higher. They disappeared from Canadian shelves.
What?
Oh yeah, dog. I'm just saying, like,
how long ago?
It's like back now, but I'm gonna say between the years of like 1986 to like 91, no Apple Jacks in Canada. Same thing with your Frankenberry, dog. Like I've had Frankenberry and it's bomb ass cereal, but next thing you know, you can't, like there's no Frankenberry for me to have. So what they did have was like the cricket is getting faster the more that I talk.
Don't worry about it. Stop, get it out your head, kids.
I want to kill.
Let me change your mindset. I forgot about crunch berries, kids. Just to get your mind off of it. Crunch berries.
Crunch berries is real good. Oh, well, that's Captain. Like,
Captain
Crunch. Yeah. Captain Crunch is again.
Yeah, the roof of my mouth don't like that.
Like you put up with that though. You know what I mean? Like honeycomb is like no, but Captain Crunch, I'll put up with a ripped up mouth because it's that good. Crunch berries is just a little even better. You know what I mean? But I would start. I still have to start it out with the OGs. Frosted Flakes, Fruit Loops, Corn Pops is probably a close third. Like, Apple Jacks is probably number 4. I then got to go to Lucky Charms, being the one that we still got after Frankenberry disappeared. Like, for some reason, there's no Frankenberry, but same company. But and no Count Chocula here either. But like I'll tell you what the actual answer to this is that I think there was like a crackdown on corn syrup in certain foods here versus what you guys have in the US.
Yeah, because it's all sugar, man.
Yeah, it's all sugar.
It's all sugar, but in some cases it's sugar and corn syrup. So I think that those, you know what I'm saying? I think that those cereals that had the corn syrup in it were pulled off of Canadian shelves.
I know. Speaking of, I only really ate the Apple Jacks and Corn Pops and Diggums when they were in those little bitty boxes and they came in 90 packs.
Yeah.
And so you get like 4 of each or whatever it was. I don't think I ever really got the big boxes of any of those. It was just whatever those little boxes were. It was like,
I've seen those when I was working with kids, man. They had some of those.
We were crushing the big ones because you're feeding the whole family with that. You know what I mean? You get the big box and off you go. But
I should just walk around, eat them motherfuckers. I just grab some and just start eating them.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch has to be up there too.
That's up in there.
You kind of
lower on my pedestal, but
people love it, man. People love it. I'm like, people love that one.
But now, do you eat the cocoa wheats, the hot cereals, like Multi-Mill up there?
Ain't nobody eat that shit but old motherfuckers.
I love cocoa wheats. Oh
Like
man,
we
in the morning when you wake up and it's a little chilly outside, it's like I need something warm in my body.
Yeah, you was a silly ass kid, man.
Now I'm
You
going to throw you guys for a loop on some Caribbean stuff right now. So, in those scenarios, because it gets cold as all stink out here, Caribbean kids make cornmeal porridge. I don't know if y'all know about cornmeal porridge.
no.
Ass porridge. That's how we get down instead of cocoa.
We don't know nothing about no porridge other
I'm
than
just
a book.
telling you, bro.
Might have some more porridge, Governor.
That's a book. That's a book we saw.
I'm still quite hungry.
That ain't real life. That's some shit in a book.
I'm telling you, man, cornmeal porridge is like some Caribbean just down home.
What do you make it? How do you make it? What is it?
You get yourself some cornmeal and some water.
Uh-huh.
Maybe it's some sweetener of some kind, whether it's sugar. It's like, you know what I mean? Just
So it's just like a cornmeal paste kind of.
It's cornmeal porridge. You boil that shit.
Yeah, you can live here 1,000 years in this country, in this environment, and you will never, unless it's somebody's teacher reading a story out of a book trying to teach you how to read or write, you will never ever hear the word porridge.
Yeah, because I ain't never seen that on the Waffle House menu.
Ever. You won't ever hear that word. It doesn't exist here.
So yeah, that's like jolly old England or some shit.
You ever have oatmeal?
Yeah, but there's
oatmeal,
but oatmeal is oats. Cornmeal is not oats.
Oatmeal, cornmeal. You're right. It's not oats. It's corn versus oats. It's the same goddamn thing. You put water on it. You boil that shit.
It's just like
throw some sugar and butter and then shut the fuck up.
That's what porridge is.
It's just like if you talk to somebody from the Midwest or the West Coast or somewhere in the South versus somebody that lives on the East Coast, somewhere from Boston or something like that. Like one of my homeboys, like you go in your kitchen right now and you said, okay, you told me to go look in your cabinet and you should see a box of Frosted Flakes up there. Just go look in my cabinet down there to the left. You'll say it like that. And on the East Coast, you might hear somebody say, go look in my cupboard. Like, I met somebody from Boston that says cupboard. This is like certain words you don't hear in regular.
Well,
it's called a dialect, bro. I'm just
in the Midwest,
Mother Hubbard said, look in her cupboard. That's the way
Mother Hubbard. It's like you have the water cooler conversations out east. They have them around the bubbler.
The bubbler,
because it bubbles. They call it the bubbler. So I mean, it's just expressions, terms, and such. Yeah. But I would gladly take if we can add sugar. Give me some sugar on my Wheaties and tell the Rice Krispies to kiss my ass.
That's why Frosted Mini Wheats ain't terrible either. Like even Frosted Mini Wheats is all right. There are guys asking us what the 5 worst cereals are. Mine starts with honeycomb. I know you love yourself some honeycomb. I hate honeycomb.
You tripping?
I hate it. I also don't like. I don't like the Dig 'em Smacks either. They piss me off after some time. I can't remember why.
Oh,
sticky. I lost my love for the Dig 'em Smacks.
You got some roaches. That's all.
Yeah, they do blend right in and stick in there.
You never know.
Right. Just chew them. It don't matter.
What else is real
low
bad?
Protein.
Like,
I'm weirdo. I like fucking Raisin Bran. I'm a weirdo.
No, but if you like raisins, you're gonna like Raisin Bran. You know what I mean? Like, I don't mess with raisins at all. So I'm out. That's probably on my list of terrible cereals as well.
You weird anyway. You don't like cucumbers, man. Who don't?
It's like Kicks. Kicks are for kids.
You don't like cucumbers.
Cucumbers have grown on me now that I'm an older man, but I'm not checking for cucumbers. I'm not like a cucumber fan. Nah.
Andre said, like the way some say soda, others say pop, others say soda pop. But then you go down south and it's like, what flavor Coke you want?
Yeah, it's just dialects, man. Like, again, being from the Caribbean, I'm so used to different dialects. Like, I'm gonna having a Jamaican background. I meet my mom's close friends are from Barbados, and we both have Caribbean accents. But there's times where they're like, "Yo, we don't know what y'all talking about." It was like it was so funny because like my mom's best friend, my mom's closest friend, when she came to Canada is a woman from Barbados, and they actually wound up living with us, her and her family, for a while. And my dad's accent, his Jamaican accent, is so thick that she was like, I call her my auntie, and I'm like, auntie. She's like, most of the time I just nod and smile. I don't even know what your dad. You know what I mean? I don't know what your dad's talking about. I said, yeah, and then I go over to your mom and be like, what is he saying? Like, what he's trying to? Okay, now that I've translated, I can have a conversation with this man. But again, the dialect is much more English if you're from Barbados versus, again, patois, where we're just snide and cracking jokes all the time. And if you get it, you get it. If you don't get it, we don't care.
Keep it moving.
But you get that all over the U.S. too, man. All sorts of different dialects from Midwest to.
You know what's in my kitchen right now? Honey Nut Cheerios. Let me see. And my girlfriend's nutty about chocolate, man. And I think those are chocolate Rice Krispies or something.
Yeah, they make those.
I
think I've even seen some chocolate checks before.
Yeah, I think she got some of them up there. Yeah, she got some of them up there too.
Oh, checks.
She got them up there in a box and in a bag so she can take to work with her so she can snack them.
I was so mad the first time I had a box of checks, man.
No flavor whatsoever.
I was so mad, bro.
What the hell am I eating right now?
It's funny because I went to the States, man. I went to visit my family in Long Island, and they had checks, and they had they had Count Chocula. Those are the two cereals to choose from, and we're all the kids, there's like 6 of us, we're all sitting at the table, and like my aunt was like, "Nah, ain't nobody getting no damn Count Chocula. All you kids eating this damn checks." And we were like, "What do you mean? Well, what's like? There's Count Chocula right there. Like, can't we have one of each or whatever?" And like, no, somebody needs to be eating this Count Chocula, or sorry, this checks, because this check's been here forever. Nobody's eating the checks. So she made sure to fill all of our bowls with checks, and we were all of us were pissed off. That's all I can really tell you. So moving forward, checks definitely on that bottom 5 list.
What you mean, these?
Oh wow, he's holding it down with the corn checks. Oh,
fat bastard!
That's
hey, you know the most slept on.
These girls got some. This girl's got some too. Special K is just, it's just special.
No, these are you crush these up and use them as a coating for like your chicken breast.
Okay, see, you're just ingenuitive. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not for the actual cerealness of them. It's you crunch them up, and then like you can put them on your fish, on your
fried chicken
breast or whatever, and then you can cook them there.
Okay. The most slept on fat boy cereal. When you talking about you on some fat boy shit in the middle of the night, it's 3 a.m, and you done got up in the middle of the night, you done had great sex, and you done fell asleep for a second, and you just want something to eat. You're just energy deficient. Fucking Fruit Loops, man.
Yeah, man, that's up there. That is tippy top, classic, top end cereal, but like it's. I might as well just put this out there into the ether as well. Like I guarantee 94% of this chat right now is lactose intolerant. 94%. I have to give it like
if they're black,
especially.
Yeah.
I'm not. Don't count out the white man for having lactose intolerance.
Yeah, because they get the buffalo shit.
I haven't met any, but I'm sure.
I don't know anybody who consumes milk at this point in their life at all.
Yeah. See, I'm even like the late night stuff where it's like I could like pour a bowl of cereal and then like let me go and get that bowl because I still got milk in here. Let me cut the cereal rather and pour another bowl and then like the whole box is gone. But it's not good. That's not good for you. So I decided now if I have to eat something, get me a little vanilla Greek yogurt and a handful of Chex Mix, or not Chex Mix, excuse me, trail mix, and throw that in there and mix it up. Good to go.
Y'all mess with granola at all?
Yeah, throw some of that in there in the Greek yogurt as well. Just as
Yeah,
a,
man.
I'm gonna start messing with it more.
You're gonna start messing with granola more?
A little more. I used to fuck with it back in the
Bro,
day.
you're gonna be impressed. It's like literally what he just laid down. That's breakfast, man. That's one of the baddest breakfasts you could have. A little bit of fruit, some vanilla yogurt, maybe even plain yogurt if you're really trying to be
well,
sugar.
I just get the vanilla Greek yogurt in the big ass tubs.
Especially the Greek, because the fat content, like keto, fat content in the Greek yogurt is high. If you get it plain, add a little I would say like some kind of granola with a little bit of honey and some fruit, man, and you're straight, bro. I was killing that for a while, and then it probably killed me. But
What's that cereal that got those little beady ass things? It look like little mouse shit or something.
Mouse shit. Rice Krispies?
No, these little dark little
chocolate Rice Krispies.
Little. What are those things? What do they call those things?
Oh, you talking about grape nuts?
Grape nuts.
Oh, you know what? That shit ain't bad, bro.
That's the type of shit that I think we probably should be eating.
Yeah, but it's so fucking hard to chew that stuff.
Yeah,
it's not bad.
Yogurt, mixing it with yogurt. I think that's the shit you should.
Yeah, get some muesli or granola. It actually works out pretty well. But
Yeah,
I've had grape nuts, and I remember I was so drunk the night before, and I was at my boy's house. I was staying there, and we woke up, and it was like that's all we had left to eat. You know what I mean? It was milk and grape nuts, and we ate this grape nuts, and I was like, damn, man, like I'm like, I thought this was really gonna suck. You know what I mean? Like, but it wasn't. It's not so bad. Grape nuts ain't so bad at all. I don't know.
I'll eat that on some yogurt. I like yogurt. I love yogurt, fresh fruit, like Sam was talking about. Throw you some grape nuts or some shit like that in there.
Yeah, a little crunch.
That's perfect. Man. All right. Let me ask you guys. This is one last question I had to ask, man, before we get out of here. And I want you guys to think about this in a particular time frame in your mind. I'm talking about your particular history. What is, kids, what is the most frightening movie, scariest movie you've seen in the past 10 years? 10-year span. So that's a particular time.
It is, and the worst part about this is I don't watch horror movies. I don't watch movies for the purpose of being scared. So like the closest thing that I would say was slightly frightening, just because it was so disturbing, was the movie Old Boy. If you've seen it, if you've seen it, you've seen it. I'm not going to explain anything about it. If you've seen it, you've seen it. You know why.
One more time, kids.
The movie is called Old Boy.
Old Boy.
Yeah, it stars Josh Brolin. It is actually a remake of a Japanese movie, but it's fucking disturbing, bro. You know what I mean? Like I'm a little bit too intelligent to watch horror movies, and I'm not trying to knock people for watching horror movies. I sit in the movie theater the whole time going, what kind of bullshit y'all trying to serve me? And I will spend the entire hour and a half trying to suss it out. And I start with, this is a dream sequence. If this movie ends in a dream sequence, I'm punching somebody in the face. Like this is just me. And horror movies. If it's a dream sequence, then I've wasted an hour and a half of my personal time, and I'm super mad. But if there's like some sort of actual angle here, cool, all right, like I'm with it. Most of the time, it's a dream sequence. Reasons why I don't watch horror movies. But Old Boy, it's not a like horror movie at all. It's just a regular film. The twist in this movie is one of the most disturbing things I've ever seen, and it's a little bit haunting. So do what you will.
Yeah, I don't really watch horror movies because they just don't interest me. unless they're like zombie movies and they're people like fucking shit up. I'll watch zombie movies.
I like
I
that.
don't consider zombie movies horror movies.
Well, I mean, it's in that genre, man. It's
Yeah,
all-
but I enjoy them. They don't frighten me. I think the last time a movie scared me was like
Shout out Liberty's Outlook, man. Thank you, bro.
Thank you,
Big Up
Liberty.
Liberty. Was it not the one with Mickey Mouse? Not Fantasia, but Phantasm.
Oh yeah, Phantasm. That was
Phantasm.
kind of wild. That was as a kid. Do you watch that as a kid?
Yeah,
That's wild. That's crazy.
that and Salem's Lot, the original, that scared shit out of me.
Oh, I don't know that one.
Yeah, Stephen King, the adaptation. It was like it wasn't the movie. It was like a TV miniseries.
Oh yeah.
But it was like scary as shit. But it was on TV.
Okay.
But yeah, like Walking Dead and all that shit is like funny to me.
Like zombies doesn't scare me.
Yeah,
it's what I mean. It's like the parameters around what like the zombie situation that is awesome, and I actually love the zombie genre. Outside of all that, especially zombie video games, play them all the time. The Last of Us is good stuff. Hopefully, y'all been watching that series. Great series. That's what I got to finish. I got to finish the second season of that. I didn't finish that. But yeah, like scary is for me is psychological shit. Like Saw. I'm into Saw. Like I like Saw.
yeah.
I learned something about. I'm a studier. I took. My mind is basically bent towards thinker. You know what I mean? Thinker. The pragmatic and the practical is boring to a mind like mine. I'm a creative individual, and my mind is always looking for something outside of the box at all times. You know what I mean? It's like the stuff that kids that he kind of hones into is particularly boring to me. It's not that you don't get that kind of thing. It's just fucking boring to a creative individual. We just have two different kinds of minds. And I think that's why we probably work well together, man. We all work well together for, various reasons. But that's one thing to point out. When you have a creative mind, you're one of those people that thinks outside the box. So I'll tell you something, and I don't know exactly how old this movie is, but I do know this. I just seen it maybe 7, 8 years ago, maybe less than that. I don't know. But this movie got to me. All right, it's this movie right here. If you guys haven't heard of this, it's called 38 Days of Night.
Oh, yeah. That's cool.
So this movie is set in Alaska, right? And in Alaska, you have a particular time, you got the seasons are kind of particular, but then there's a certain part of the year that for 30 days is going to be completely dark in Alaska. It's going to be nighttime all the time. And so as we deal with day and night cycles, we can imagine that getting up, going to work and eating your breakfast and, regular shit that people do, drinking your coffee, regular cycles of life that we deal with. This is different in that way. You got 30 entire days of absolute night. And the way this movie is set up in Alaska, I just don't want to tell anybody that hasn't seen this movie, if you're my kind of mindset, this will definitely tickle your curiosity in a way that I don't know that you've ever had it tickled before, because it was different than any other vampire movie that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It's
it
just
was good. It was good. It was a good flick. And you've seen the two subsequent ones, right? Because is it 28 days? There's like two more after them.
Since then?
Yeah, I think there's like two more remakes. Not remakes, but you know what I mean? Since this one, because this came out in like a long time ago.
I just seen it a few years ago, but this is really good. I like this kind of stuff.
Because I'm all about like your Jack Reachers, your nobodies, your John Wicks, your Tony Jaa, your Ip Mans, your action, your fighting, your shooting. I'm into that kind of stuff. You know, whereas like this one was cool because it's a battle of, you know, alive versus dead, if you will. You know, whereas like you get to the just straight up horror movies just for the sake of horror, it's like, it just doesn't interest me.
Yeah, you gotta be
28 days later. Is that it? It's the recent one where it's another.
no. So
I don't think
that was kind of a virus movie that the world came to an
That's a
apocalypse.
dope ass movie. I was just gonna say I don't think 28 Days Later is.
I'm into that too. I like it.
Yeah.
That's an apocalypse movie. What you're talking about, Trish? This is a vampire movie.
Okay, yeah. I like the apocalypse stuff too.
I love it
too. That's more me. I like the same type of action, and it has everything to do with being a kid watching kung fu movies, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I used to watch fucking all them Shaolin movies, Bruce Lee, Bruce Lee, all them different Bruces. They call me Bruce, which is a comedy loosely based on a dude. It was one of the best comedies still, man. It was just this Asian guy that they confuse. Everybody confused him as
Right.
Bruce Lee.
It's like, but it's not. Oh, you know, speaking of who's making movies now, you know, that I got to give respect for because he's producing and they're pretty cool. Not Jason Statham, you know, his shit rocks too, but Michael Jai White.
Yo, he's a bad MF, man. He's so overlooked, man.
Yeah, he is.
You know what I'm saying? Like I like them. I like Black Dynamite and the stuff that he's done with that type of genre. But he had
a couple come out this year that he starred in and produced, and they were pretty good, well put together movies. You could tell that they were like your quote unquote B movies or lower budget, but they were entertainment.
Right, he's a bad MF, one of the craziest fighters really out there.
Yeah,
and especially in the movies, we're talking about the original Spawn, man.
Yeah, I like the cheesy. That's cheesy ass shit. That cheap C-level movies that he's playing in.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm not looking for an Oscar experience every time I want to watch a flick. I just want to see, does it entertain me? Because you know it's going to be, you know, the antagonist, the protagonist, and there's going to be some kind of conflict. Then there's going to be the love interest, and then there's going to be the big, you know, final battle and all that shit. And then it's over.
That's too regular for me.
Well, I'm just saying it's like every Jean-Claude Van Damme movie basically follows that exact description you just gave. So like, I don't mind it if it's starring Michael J. White. I'll actually watch it. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Jamie Foxx is gonna be Spawn?
That's terrible, man. I'd much rather Michael J. White come back and do it again because he's actually like I'm telling you, he's a bad MF, that guy, man. Yeah. Bad MF, man.
I fucked around and saw I started looking at an anime movie for the first time in my life. It was a Godzilla movie. It was Godzilla. It starts off, Godzilla is, I don't know, I think he's asleep at the bottom of the ocean. I don't know if you've ever seen anything like this, but I just clicked on it. It was on Netflix. I was just like, let me see that. And I started watching it. I ended up having to do something and I wasn't able to finish it. Then I turned on a King Kong movie that was anime. Then I found another one, a Godzilla that was anime. So the anime shit is out there. I'm not into it, bro. I'm not into it. It's very creative. I like the storylines. I think Japanese horror is very, very underrated. Very underrated.
Oh, yeah. So you don't like. Yeah, I watched all kinds of anime growing up as a kid. Like my boy, one of my homeboys, he's a black dude from Japan. He grew up in Japan and he came back with a ton of anime with subtitles on VHS, and we used to just kick it and watch these crazy movies like Akira. Like if you haven't seen Akira, you're fucking like you messed up. Everybody should watch Akira. Everybody should watch Ninja Scroll. These are classic anime films that are top notch. And like like the Dragon Ball Z series is one of the dopest series that there could possibly be. Black people everywhere love it for a reason. I'm just telling you, they do. My entire family, as remotely dispersed as we are across North America, for some strange reason, whether you're 50 or 4, if you're related to me, you like Dragon Ball Z. It's just
Well, I mean, what is anime? It's your soap opera telenovelas, it's your cartoons, and it's got your little action in there.
all
I
three.
mean, yeah, I never really got into it because it came along after, I was in the age to be open to that, and it's more of my son's generation, so that's his thing, and so I'm familiar with the ha and all that bullshit. And it's like Pikachu. It's like same thing. And so it never really got me like that, but it's a whole thing, from the music, the art, it's like, oh, this director did this and these makers did that. It's its whole industry. And I'm aware of it, but it does not interest me at all.
Well, you can look at Keds' background and the fact that he has comic books and shit around him. And I think he used to have comic books around him. I don't know if that's what it is now, but
Oh no, I got comics all over the place. I was actually just looking for my Dragon Ball Z stuff because I've got a huge. I don't have it down here. It's upstairs. I have the entire series on DVD collected upstairs. I used to have it on VHS, but I sold it and got it on DVD. Had to upgrade. I got a bunch of Dragon Ball Z bobbleheads upstairs too, so I just couldn't fit it all down here in my new
yeah,
house.
my best friend in the world used to. I mean, he used to just get so into it. I mean, everything. I'm talking about everything that you like, kids. I'm talking about all the Marvel characters, all the stories with the Hulk, and all those stories, Batman, all those comic books. He had to have them. He had to be up to date with every single. If there had to be a twist in any one of those storylines, and there was going to be a new book that came out on it, he had to have it. He was going to break a neck or anything to get it. He was going to get it, and he was like that my whole childhood. And he'd be like, "Man, you want to see this new?" I'm be like, "All right, I'll look at it." I'm just like, I ain't that interested in it. I had a ball in my hand all the time. I was just a physical kid. I wasn't into TV per se. You know what I mean? I wasn't at home in the house hardly ever. I was always outside somewhere running around playing, climbing trees, being a physical kid. And so my best friends, I can relate to you in that way, kids, because my best friend was like that. He was he was always reading those comic books. He was always getting those little. He would get the figures, the little action figures that comes with it. God forbid. I remember this motherfucker found a box of Cracker Jacks, and he got a series of them, like 8 to 10 of them. There was things in that box of Cracker Jacks. I can't remember what was in it.
Yeah, you used to get little toys and shit. You used to get little prizes.
Yeah.
He was into it.
So for me, how this all kind of plays out is twofold. The first one is I probably told you guys before. So my dad used to be a major record collector. He had like just a ridiculous collection. And the second part of it is my parents used to make me read. You know what I mean? Like you gotta Saturday morning, you're done, like cartoons are done. Before you get to go outside, you have to do homework and read, and then you get a couple hours to go out. So I run through these books. Eventually, it's interesting conversation we're having for the day. So eventually, as I told you before, my mom's best friend and her kids wound up living with us for a little while. And those kids were a little bit older than me, and they were fully into comics. So they brought a bunch of comic books over, and part of the comic book series that they brought was the original Marvel Encyclopedia comics. And in those encyclopedia comics, it sort of teaches you what each character, like who each character is, his backstory, what the power set is, and then you're on to the next person. So you kind of get a quick download of every single character in the Marvel universe from A to Z. And that was like the first little comic book readings I was allowed to read, was this Marvel encyclopedia. And by the time I'm done it, I know everything about every character, and I'm in. You know what I mean? I'm interested. I want to find out more. And this is in like 1984, maybe. You know what I mean? And why I'm giving you a date is because, like, directly after I read this book, this encyclopedia, Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends comes on NBC, and that was it for me. I'm in for sure. And why I'm saying that is, you know, I grew up watching Spider-Man by himself. Now it's Spider-Man and 2 X-Men, and the X-Men are debuting on NBC. So like, yo, this is crazy. I just read about these guys. Professor X is there. Oh, Iceman is cool. And like, trust me. After that, I'm collecting comics, and my parents were totally in. We have a huge comic book store right downtown, and it's one of the few places I was allowed to. You know, I was allowed to jump on the bus with my 2 friends, that my you know what I mean, two boys I grew up with. And they take me down to the comic book shop. We read comics and buy comics, and just became a thing that I did moving forward. But that's like how I got into all of that, to be honest with you. And I'm still into it to a degree, because again, my sister sold my original collection, and I was pissed off, and I had to go and get my shit back, man. So I went and got my shit back, and it's all back there.
Hey,
See, I remember do playing was it Marvel MCU versus DC
Capcom, something like that.
on Dreamcast.
Yeah,
that was fun. That was fun.
Those are dope games, man, because you get your Ken and Ryu on, or mix it up with mix it up with Spider-Man or whoever. Like, I love those games. Like those games. I'm a bad MF at Street Fighter, man. That was my game, bro. I used to crush people at the arcade back in the day, man.
Hey, kids, there are some people like my friend that grew up and never really grew out of it too much.
Mm-hmm.
And this motherfucker Wolverine is his guy.
Yeah, man, he should be.
I remember in my mid-20s, I came back home. And this motherfucker's got the pork chop sideburns on his face. You know,
he grew him out.
This motherfucker is fully into. I mean, it was a vague representation of it, but I knew exactly what he was doing because I know him.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, and he's got little gloves and shit around his crib with the fingers out. It's like some of those imaginative people never really grow out of that phase in their lives.
That's a fair comment. It's I look at it from very specifically from like a creative perspective, man. And a lot of the understanding in the world that I have comes from comic books, because comics tend to take things off on a tangent that you just wouldn't really go on, and that the world itself generally really wouldn't go on. But it gives you perspective into what if it did, right? And a lot of little crazy shits that we've been talking about these last couple of weeks, aliens, dropping it, you know what I'm saying? Like all that stuff. A lot of that stuff in different angles is explored in those comics. So I have reference, you know what I mean? I have some kind of just explorative reference to look at. And in them comics, most of the time, ain't nobody friendly. You know what I mean? Somebody's gonna fuck shit up.
Well, friendly ain't gonna sell books.
You know, that is drama.
It's also an escape, man. I think that's probably the most important thing you might want to mention. It's a getaway from, you know, I can remember sitting around. I spent a night with my guy, and he was just like, man, I get tired of listening to and seeing the same shit out there. Y'all be out there running around, and I hear the same shit every day. When I read this stuff, I can forget about all that. And he kind of got me into reading. It was my start to really, really reading.
Mm-hmm.
And my grandfather helped me take it to the next level. Then I started being a voracious reader. You know, but I understood it then when he explained it to me. So in your itty bitty formative years, like I was, you were starting to adapt to, a different way of thinking. I think that's what it was. It's like he was heavily into it before I even attempted to even consider it. And once I considered it and started getting a little taste of it, then I understood where he was at. You know what I mean? I started reading more. I started finding little books. Weirdly, this is probably gonna sound weird to y'all, but my grandfather had a library collection of encyclopedias, atlases, and all kinds of old books. I mean, like old books, Nancy Drew type shit. And I got a hold of that Nancy Drew. There was, what was that thing? It was
Hardy Boys.
Hardy Boys. It was one that sticks out to me. I don't know which book it was. It was Escape to Witch Mountain.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
One of those books. I don't know who. I was all the way into that motherfucker. He just had those shits up in his little attic, and he was just like, go up there and get anything you want, but read it. And he made me read. And so that was just one of the first books I took out of there, and I could not put it down.
Let's see. I came across this a few days ago, but it's very pertinent. A generation of kids growing up without reading books isn't just a generation that reads less. It's a generation slowly losing the muscle for empathy, because books aren't just stories, they're training grounds for imagination, for slipping into someone else's life, someone else's grief, joy, fear, or mess. They teach you to sit with feelings that aren't yours. Without that, how do you learn how to care about people who aren't like you? How do you build a world where you pause before judging, listen before reacting, understand before dismissing?
That's crazy deep, though. I mean,
Read fucking Tom. Not is it Tom Sawyer that had the little riding around with the slave? Or is that Tom Sawyer?
Yeah. With N-word Jim.
Yeah,
Huckleberry Finn.
Huck Finn. That's right. It's Huck Finn. My bad. Yeah,
Yeah.
stuff like that. You're right, man. There's elements to that. I don't know if you ever heard this book called damn, what's the name of it? It was a book where there was a black guy that was hired, a black kid that was hired to be kind of like a driver to a white guy, and what is his name, Bob? Anyway, I had to read some of that shit when I was in an advanced writing class, and being a part of those classes, you have to read certain things, certain books. What is it? I'm having a brain fart right now. Good God. It's a famous book.
I'm betting To Kill a Mockingbird, bro.
To Kill a Mockingbird is one. No, this is
Black
a
Driver? No.
To Kill a Mockingbird is one. I definitely read that, and we had to do that. This is a different one.
Black Driver.
His name is something bigger. It was bigger something in the book.
Beats me, man. But Trip, you made a very salient point, and
Native Son. There it is. Thank you.
Oh snap!
Thank you.
Native Son.
Bear Review pulled it out of the woodwork. Nicely done, Bear.
Native Son. That's exactly the book. If you haven't read that,
read
it. Shit, how old you get? Go pick that motherfucker up. That's a read for you.
Huh.
Native Son. Thank you, the Bear Review, man. That was right on time. I was definitely having a brain fart. That's exactly the book.
So there's a book that I actually did enjoy reading. Stay Golden, Pony Boy. Who said that? It was the kid from Karate Kid. They were all kids.
I'm trying to remember the name. The Outsiders?
The Outsiders.
Yeah.
That was dope.
It's a good movie too, man. There's like bunch of future stars in that movie. Good movie as well, man. I never read the book, but I like you saying the quote. I'm like, I know where that's from. Yeah, man. Pony Boy dies and stuff. My bad, but hey, it's like a 30-year-old movie. Folks have seen it.
Right. It's older than that, but yeah.
You're probably
But
right.
the book is older than that, let's say, yeah.
Definitely.
But yeah, reading, it just puts you in positions that you're not in because it's not your existence. It's not your life. You're reading about somebody else's thing. And it's like, well, why did he do that? Oh, because XYZ. Well, he should do this. Like, oh, damn, why they hating on him like that? Now you're living vicariously that life.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're looking at things from different perspectives and getting insights that can benefit your own life outside of the book. So it's reading is fundamental. But nowadays, it's not as intent or pushed as it was in previous generations.
I read Kids and Trips. I read Native Son when I was somewhere around 7 to 8, maybe 9, somewhere in that neighborhood. To Kill a Mockingbird, probably a year or two later. Just so many different books. We read The Outsiders, read some Stephen King novels as I got a little older. And I love those novels, man. I fell in love with the Stephen King novels, the whole series of shit that he didn't put out. In fact, there's a lot of people like myself that are in love with his movies, but some of the stuff like Night Flyer is one of the movies that came to the screen. That's another movie. It's a lot of people that don't know about that movie, The Night Flyer. Go get that motherfucker on, however you got to get it. But that's one of the movies that came from book to screen that really captivated you. Some of the other stuff, a little lesser than
all of Stephen King's books. Pretty much all of them get flipped to movies.
Yeah, but all of them ain't good. Like,
well, yeah, but I mean, sure, you got your silver bullets, but I mean, come on, Misery.
Hospital? You seen
Misery was a classic,
bro. That movie scared the shit out of me, bro. I like if we're talking about movies that scared me and stuff. I'm not a horror guy. Misery scared the living like I wish I was lying to y'all. I was like, I don't believe this lady kidnapped this old man, and look at what she's got going on, and this man's poor ankles, man. And the best part is how she explained to him what was cracking. You know what I mean? Like, have you ever heard of hobbling? Just ran down the line. Dog. He's like, We're going down right now. We're gonna hobble your ass. Oh man, that movie scared me. I was frightened, man.
Who my mother used to read little love novels, man, as I was growing up. My grandmother. I lived with her until I was about 11. So I think that's where I got the seed from. She used to sit all the time and just read love novels all the time. I can't think of the artist's name, but it was always the same person that was putting out these books. She was constantly reading.
Was it the one with Fabio on the cover?
Danielle Steele?
Yeah,
Danielle Steele was the writer, and Fabio with the flowing hair, with the shirt and the nipples all out. That was always on the covers.
I don't know. You might be right. It might be right now. I have to ask him, man, because Danielle Steele sounds about right too.
So the Bear Review is asking if you've read the Dark Tower series. I haven't read it. Strangely enough, it's like something I probably would read. I hear those movies. No, I've read those though. Those are good. Those are good books.
What is it connected to?
Lord of the Rings?
Is it connected?
Well, there's a Dark Tower in Lord of the Rings, but I think it's a different series, isn't it?
Oh, okay, it's
a different thing.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I have not. Is it that good?
Apparently, it's a good series of books. They tried to turn it into a film, and I think the film is. I think it's Idris. Is it Idris? Idris Elba and Matthew McConaughey,
I think I've seen that movie.
Real bad. I heard it was real bad. I haven't watched it.
If you haven't read the book, then you wouldn't even know. I thought the movie was decent, but I haven't read the book. That's the strange thing.
That's the thing, though. Books, your imagination is the only thing constraining you, whereas movies is like the visuals. So the imagination isn't there anymore. It's just what you're being fed. So the book is always better than a movie, like, to me, if like you can just let your mind go and it's like, oh shit, that took me to where it was supposed to take you. And then you see the movie and it's like, well, in my head, the actor would have, or the character would have said it different, or you know what I mean? It's just like, yeah, that's not how I visioned it in my head. This movie sucks.
Jose Sanchez from Puerto Rico.
Oh, Jose,
Shout
what's
out to Jose. Welcome. I ain't seen him in so long, man. Show. But hey, the Bear Review is putting it out there. He is like, the movie sucked. He said basically the Dark Tower, it connects every King book ever written. That's deep.
Yeah, it is. Because I mean, he wrote a lot of books. What is it, Slender? Yeah, that was kind of scary too. Man, just waste away to nothing. I was like, oh damn. Why you gotta get cursed, homie? Get the roots off you. Shit.
I remember one time, Trips, I was working at a facility mentoring kids, and I took one of the kids out to a library for the first time. First time he ever went out to a public library. Ever. Took one of them out there, and I showed him the cascade of books that were there. And he's one of those kind of kids that he's got that kind of mind that I knew, not too long after I met him, that this was going to tickle his fantasy, right? And I took him, and he fucked around and ran to the Goosebumps series. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. When I tell you that boy couldn't put that shit down, like literally, I came to the facility one time to go get him to take him out for a meal, and we was just gonna hang out for a little while. And that fucker was in the timeout room. And the girl that had him in the timeout room, I asked her, I was like, let me just sit here with him, just get away from here, let me sit here with him, let me talk with him. They call that processing. And I sit there, and he's crying like a motherfucker. He got in trouble because he didn't do all he was supposed to do with his homework, and therefore the staff took his book, took his Goosebump book that I purchased for him. I got him that book after he saw some shit in the library. I went and got him that book. He was reading it. And I don't think that he hung on to it because I bought it for him. I think he hung on to it because of the story. I'm sure about it. Later on, I found out that's true. But oh my God, this was a non-violent kid. He's not like the regular kid from the streets that you normally get. This kid was very non-violent. He was very to himself, very seclusive, and that book was his world. She took that shit from him because he didn't finish all of his homework, and that boy went belligerent to a level. He was biting motherfuckers. He was never ever in a timeout room ever. All those other kids touched that timeout room several times, but that boy never took that fucking Goosebumps book from him. It was on. He biting motherfuckers' faces, arms, hands, everything. He just trying to hurt motherfuckers. Give me my shit back. That's how powerful books can be, man.
Yeah, an escape. It takes you someplace that's not here. That could be very inviting to a lot of situations.
That's
all right.
Trip.
I mean, Kez is probably over there eating some shit.
You trying to find that damn cricket.
I'm trying to find the cricket. I gave
Let
up.
it go.
And eating some shit. You can hear it in his mouth.
And I'm now eating some shit. That's how it fell out.
All right, man, we're going to go and let y'all go. We've been on here for 4 hours. I don't know that a Bears podcast ever goes to the depths that we go. But you guys got to know that we only do it for you. Because there's always people at all hours of the day and night that wants to hear and see some Bears podcasts and some other sauce added into it, man. And I think we deliver that in spades, man. So, again, anybody that's new to the channel, anybody that's been here for a while supporting us, this is new. You can now become a member of the channel for only 99 cents. That's $1. And for the Super No Maniacs that have had those $4.99 memberships, please keep them. We need that money too. Every single cent of that counts. But for the people who just want to be a member and show the support that's been rocking with us for so long. I finally found out a way that you guys can do it. It's only for 99 cents, man. Just costs you $1 to become a member to help this channel grow. And that's all it's about, other than making sure that we give you discounts on the merchandise that's about to come out. And I told you guys we would not put this discount out until we got the website ready and it's ready for the for you guys to get those discounts on the merch, man. So the Super No Maniacs will get a special discount, and so will the No Maniacs. Every last one of you guys are going to get discounts that's going to work for you all. So grab the membership, please. I'm asking you guys. We need the money over here on the channel. Seriously, just saying. It makes a whole lot of difference for you all. Just to grab a membership for $1 or $5 definitely helps us out, man. So I thank you guys in advance, and all the new members of the channel. We thank you all for grabbing that membership because we definitely need it. But let's get to some pleasantries before we get ready to get up out of here. Hold on. Let me pull this down. We got pleasantries to give out, kids. What goes it, bro?
Yeah, so shout out to this fucking cricket. We'll just start with that. You know what I mean? Driving me absolutely up the wall. It is it's getting to Caddyshack levels, and I'm gonna start hunting gophers real soon. Big shout outs to the Bear Review for holding it down with us, having a little bit of a Dark Tower conversation. I saw your full synopsis there. Very interesting.
I hear you, Bear Review. I'm on it.
I might have to take a look as well. I've heard great things about the book, to be frank. There's a few other series that are quote unquote similar. The Wheel of Time apparently was a similar book, right? People apparently really like the Wheel of Time series. They tried to put it on Amazon. It was shaky. Okay.
I like it.
Did you like it? Did you watch it?
I'm still trying to get my girlfriend kind of tapped out on me, but I'm still on it.
Well, unfortunately, they canceled the series, man. So I'm not sure if you knew that, but they canceled it at the end of this past season. I watched this past season. I thought it was actually quite well put together. But you know what I'm saying, Scrolls? These Canadian crickets are crazy. I thought the cicadas were really out by where you guys are, but apparently they're in my house. Go figure. Anyways, man. Books to read. We'll do a little bit more of that, and I think I may look into that Dark Tower situation. But let's just give some quick shout outs to the folks who held it down with us. Mr. Mayhem was out here. AC Adam was with us. Shout outs to both of you. Shout outs to my guy the Bishop out there. The Crooked Commish and Chicago Clubhouse Network jumped on with us for a little bit tonight.
Nice.
Jose Sanchez from Puerto Rico.
Oh,
don't be slipping, y'all. Derek Guy's a Super No Maniac. So should you be as well. Andre Bryant is with us. Big Samo jumped into the chat too. The damn cricket is getting faster the more that I speak. It's crazy. I really hope I don't have to deal with this when I'm working tomorrow. I'm going to go on a full-on rampage. Shout out to Levante Rogers. Shout out to FFG, who was here earlier. Mo Fugger jumped in with us. Big ups to you, Mo. I ain't seen you in a little bit. Who else we got out there? Some good folks are with us tonight, man. Oh, Dan Brown came through. OKC Bear Boy was with us too. Who else, man? Oh, Cloud Chasers Radio. Can't leave Cloud Chasers out. Unknown X was with us. Mark Wallace. Michael Horowitz with the super chat. Thank you, Michael. Who did we get here? Chris Mack joined up. Big Minister Charles, shout out to you. Calvin C as well. And the Scrolls, man. And Liberty Outlook. Thank you to all you guys for joining up tonight.
Yes, do me a favor. Go to the start comments and see all the new members and the people that give donations, man.
I just did that and listed them all. So
Chris Mackey.
Big up to all these guys. Chris, Minister Charles, Calvin C, Cloud Chasers, as well as the Scrolls and Liberty's Outlook. Big ups to Michael Horowitz too. Please, by all means, become a No Maniac for $1. ain't bank breaking, or become a Supernova maniac. And in either case, receive your discounts on the upcoming merch. Support the channel. Support Kids of Canuck right here on YouTube. Support my guy Triple R at Sports Chicago Style, and all the other versions of Triple R that aren't Triple R, but aren't Triple R. Support
And a shout out to the cricket, chirp chirp, eh? You know how they do up there. So make sure you are at Kids Canuck as he got his fantasy stuff coming up, because but shit, after the cut down day, want to be time to start putting those rosters into place, having your fantasy drafts and all that good shit.
Oh, we getting real close, bro.
All right. So kids can look at baby kids. You get those baby kids Zerberts. Get those baby kids Zerberts.
And
So make sure you are signed up.
Kids t-shirt too. So for those of you,
little fat bastard.
That little baby kid shirt. People just walking up to you on the street trying to give you Zerberts. But yeah, big up. Sports Chicago Style. Shout out to all of the new subs. A shout out to Kamish, right on Cricket, and everybody else. Yeah, so if you are not subbed, stop fucking around. Go ahead and get that sub on Sports Chicago Style. Big up to all the No Maniacs, and we will see you in 2 short days for the last preseason game of 2025 before we get down to the nitty-gritty. Let's go.
All right.
Young Trip.
Young Trips in the house. Young Trips in the house, in the higgity house. Hey, man, listen, I'm going to say this one more time. We work really, really hard over here on this channel, and we don't have that commercial support that most channels have yet. What we're trying to do is trying to gin up support from the people that have been supporting us for the longest, since we started this channel, since we just launched everything, and we're growing. We are growing, and the support so far has been really, really good. What I have to tell you all is you have to continue to support channels like ours, the lower rung, the least among us, I would just say. Those are the people that you should probably pour a little bit more into, anything that you can. And I know that we're always, whenever you're asking somebody for their dollar, you have to be right with what you bring into the table. And what we can do over here, we try to do it the best way we can. We're going to bring it to you on the football side of it, complete, comprehensive. It's going to be detailed. It's going to be to the point. It's going to be hot takes, and it's going to be accurate information that you can hang your hat on. That I know. We spearhead that. I think we're the best at it out there. Of all the podcasts, I don't know who can bring that to the table and to the detail that we can bring it to the table. Not only that, you're going to have a whole lot of fucking fun over here. Whenever we do a live podcast, whenever we're putting out shorts, whenever we're doing whatever, you're going to have a good time coming here and being a part of this channel. So what I'm asking you all is, this is how good podcasts go by the wayside, is when people don't support the ones that really, really work hard in this shit. This is how good shit comes to an end, because the support that we need, and I'm talking about if we only got half the people that subscribe to the channel to get a membership on this channel, then we're good. All we need is half. We don't need every last single person. Yes, we do need every single person, but if we only got half, we can manage this channel. We can manage everything that we do over here, every fee, every dollar amount that has to go out to support this channel. We can do it all. All we need is half the people. If you only just grabbed a dollar membership, that would be Gucci for us. That's perfect. We can pay all the bills over here and keep bringing it to you. We do have another podcast in the pipeline. We're probably, I'd just say 30-40% ready to put that out there. It's going to come out soon. They're haggling over the name of whatever the podcast is going to be, but I know it's going to be great. They're just deciding on what direction they want to go. And so that's coming. I'm going to keep that close to the vest. we just leave that there. But again, man, support the channel as best you can. That's the best thing I can tell you all. And we would appreciate you guys in advance, man. I want to leave you guys with something a little bit, something to think about. And it's something I talked to kids privately, I think yesterday. We were just talking about it. And that's about basically growing your fruit. What do I mean by that? I mean, inspiring people. Like, there's so many people out here. There's people watching this podcast right now at this late hour that are different. Let's just say that. You're different. You've always been different. You know you're different. And there's really no way other than how I described it to describe it. You're different. And some people that are less fortunate than me, I knew that I've been a different individual very early on in my life. And my athleticism, my physical traits, my physical gifts that I was born with helped me stand out and be different early, physically. Physically, I was able to stand out and accept me being different than all the other kids around me. I was just blessed that way. I was born that way. And that helped me early to embrace the differences I had in my being later on. Later on, once things happened and football was gone, I had to develop as a man and as a human being. I don't know in what particular order that came, but as a man, that's one thing. But as a human, being yourself and being comfortable in your own skin, being a different individual, somebody that thinks differently. And you're gonna stand out. Somebody that thinks differently than the flock, you're gonna definitely be somebody that they pay attention to. They're gonna look at you, they're gonna point at you, they're gonna call you names probably. Who knows? But whatever happens in your life, do not neglect embracing yourself and being okay with what the fuck somebody else has to say about you. Pay it no never mind. Because it does you no good in the first fucking place. They don't lord over your life. You lord over your life. You got to live it in whatever window, short, long, whatever period you got to live it. You got to live it by yourself. You can't take none of these motherfuckers with you. So why worry about what somebody else got to say about you? There's a lot of people listening to my voice right now that are on the fringes of being themselves, and they just don't know how to get across that threshold. I'm just telling you, be bold, run across that motherfucker, and let the results fall where they may. Anytime you're not doing that, you're cheating yourself out of your full self and the full grandeur that your life has for you. You can be so much more than you are, and you don't even know it. And that's because your blessings ain't came because you haven't stepped across that threshold to be yourself. You're too worried about what somebody thinks about you. I'm telling you right now, if you haven't done that yourselves, stop waiting. Number two is if you have children, young people coming up underneath you, if you haven't pushed that with your child, you're basically curbing his or her expectations or what they can be. They can be more than you think they are if you give them the courage to be it. And I'll just leave that there. Don't be scared to be yourself. Be bold. Be relentless in this life because you never know when the light's going out. You never know. And nobody wants to leave this motherfucker unaccomplished. But you will if you're not bold enough to be yourselves. It's a lot you leave on the table by not being yourselves, by being what somebody else wants you to be. Be you and let the chips fall where they may. And I guarantee you, you're going to be satisfied if nothing else. That's all I got to say, but I got to leave you all with these famous words. If you can think it and you can see it, there's no reason in the world why you cannot absolutely manifest it. Do not, and I repeat, do not be a prisoner of your own mind. But with that being said, we are